25 years of Vampire the Masquerade presents The Phoenix Crusade.
Hey everybody, we're going to welcome you back to another, I'm just so used to saying that. Welcome to Phoenix Crusade as we continue from an ongoing saga of a raid on a police station. As we know what happened last time, the team, well, let's talk about the police a little bit. And that's to understand, I know you, the players, get it, but some folks listening may not. Why so powerful was the question we got asked for the local police response from a seemingly simple town. Aren't vampires immortal? Aren't they the end-all be-all? Can't they handle anything? First things first, V5 is designed for the youth of vampire kind, right? That's what it comes down to, which means you're not that powerful. You do have power. You can get greater, but you don't start that way, and this is the beginning of the game, as it were. Obviously, we've built characters for the purpose of the story, meaning we agreed that we're looking at concept, not necessarily be elders, right? We want to have that space. And to have a good Sabbat experience is typically to play it from the ground up, kind of grassrootsing it. Now, we skipped a lot about shovelheads and whatnot because that's a story we took up at, but keep that in mind. The power level is where it needs to be. That said, they didn't all die at the police station. They were put in torpor. The true power level of a vampire, as a simple fact is that you don't die. It's incredibly hard to kill you. And when the police arrive, there's only so many times you're going to shoot something. You shoot it till it stops moving and the barrel glows, right? That's what you do when you're an officer and the guy used a shadow on the wall to rip the riot shield from you, and you don't have time to ask how can he do that because the people behind you have automatic weapons to deal with whatever threat's coming up. And when they decide to punch through armor and crack ribs or what have you, you don't have a choice. You don't have that time. So the response is a combo of panic meets skill meets training to assess and handle the threat. And there are more of them than there were of the team. That being said, that is why they were put down, and the other two sought to achieve the objective, which is why they were there. They then followed it up. And you can hear that. We recorded it and posted that session. We encourage you all to go do that. But they were successful at a cost. They had to net some favor with a particular creepy individual and some insights there. But we were still dealing with the tail end of that night, where the surrogate and, of course, Ramsey make it back to the Haven, and they come under fire immediately from Miguel Santo Domingo. And it's not what you think. This is the Sabbat. This isn't the Camarillo. This isn't a sheriff coming in, and I'm going to stake you, go talk to apprentice and creepy scene. This is a veteran Sabbat pack member who's the ductus of his pack that is part of, also serves as a priest role for them. He does both. For the other two pack mates he has, they have a history that goes with it as the navigators. But the point is, they're supposed to be low-key. They're supposed to be scouting out the enemy. This pack just hit a police station, right? There's no bones denying it. They didn't go in and they caused a full-scale, we're having it out at the police station. Because of that, consequences. And the consequences are simple. We opened this scene where Miguel has just got done yelling at the surrogate and Ramsey in a very controlled manner of frenzy, right? He's emotional. The frenzy's nearly there, but he says his piece, and then he goes and walks out on the balcony that's here to calm down, right? Made that statement, walked away. Reason being, you guys were covered in blood, and it gives you time to go and wash up, to deal with that, to then turn around and come back where we're going to meet up, where you'll see Ramsey has a cigarette in hand, hasn't lit it. And that's odd, but that's what he's doing. And he's sitting in the living room on the couch. The living room's already posted. Feel free to check that out. You two guys have the bodies that would be, well, as far as you were concerned, left in the body bag you took them in. Mm-hmm. And because you had to transport them somehow. And while you were in the shower, Miguel would have taken them out. They are laid out on the table, on the floor, and one on the couch. And the only one, he doesn't do it by any particular order. I'll leave you to decide what that is. But I'll turn the scene over to you. Now, keep things in mind. It's a common player misconception. If there's an NPC in the room, you shouldn't play and care for what you say. Play your character. This is a stage we're on, and we're sharing the space. So we'll open with that and start when you feel ready.
I think that the surrogate at this point, as he starts to wash up and he takes a look over at Ramsey, he'll point at the cigarette and be like, "Since when did you start doing that?"
Always have.
Okay. We need to help get our family up. We'll start off with Tom. Help me get him on the kitchen counter.
Ramsey will tuck that cigarette like back into like behind his ear. And he'll walk over and grab Tom by his feet.
And he'll pick him up on the other end, and he'll direct it over to the kitchen counter. Laying him out over there, you'll see the surrogate just kind of taking a look at the body as best as possible. Before looking back at Ramsey, this is going to be interesting, and we have to hope that it works. Previously, when it was only Tom that was down, we had the blood of our brothers to bring them back. But it's only you and me right now. Whether this happens or not, it'll depend on Kane, but we're going to give it a try. You got to hope your dad wakes up. You understand that, right?
There'll be a blink for just a second.
You understand that, right?
I understand, surrogate.
Good. Because what I'm about to do is not going to fucking matter if we don't put our efforts into it. Full, attentive efforts into it. And much like he's going to start cleaning the body as best as he can, especially noticing the wounds. He's going to remember what happened the last time with Tom, trying to see if he could kind of patch him up. Like if his head's kind of split open, he's just going to kind of put the pieces together where he can, keep the body where it needs to be. And he'll, I wouldn't say use prayer, but he's going to start talking to him gently. He's like, I know you've taken care of this family before. I know that you're going to be better off for it when you start getting up. You understand the necessities of why you're the father figure and why we need you to do what you need to do. And you'll start messing with his shirt, start making him look prim and proper as best as possible from his perspective. And he'll whisper those things in Ramsey's presence. Before looking over at Ramsey, he's like, your father's going to need to eat now. And we're going to have to see whether or not this is going to work. So we're in this together, yes?
Of course we are. We've come this far, haven't we?
Very well. He'll proceed back towards the kitchen. He's not going to bring out the Winnie the Pooh cup because that's safe for special occasions. In this case, he will go ahead and bring out a nice little other mug. And he will begin the process by biting into his wrist and starting to pour a little bit of the blood in the cup. And he's like, we'll nurture him back to help the right way.
On this end, you're going to have to rouse, definitely.
Yes, sir.
If one has what it takes here. Just to see if it costs you a blood trait, that's all. How much hungrier you become.
Oh, I'm hungry hippos.
And indeed, it makes sense. As you're slow, it's different when you're pouring into a cup when you see just how much this is, right? The trickle that you're willing out of your vein here hits the exposed parts of his skull. His teeth were shattered out. The horrible aspect of bullets is that if they don't exit fully, they could ricochet and do a lot more harm on the inside. And he should have been dead 10 times over. The fact that you could see a fist-sized hole in the left part of it, he has no ocular cavity. You have this bird's eye view to see it slowly begin healing from nothing. As he's waking, you know he's waking because his body's responding to the healing. He's not even at home yet. This is pure instinct. You were worried about, a frenzy to hunger, but you're seeing the beast in a different capacity. It's survival purely. There is a threatening growl that escapes him. As he doesn't know where he's at or what's going on, other than he needs to heal. However, when you back up, it doesn't do anything further. There's like a threat, and it continues to heal. So after a while, what happens to Tom is that you rock back and forth on your elbows as you realize you're on fire, is what it feels like. To feel the nerves regenerate from nothing. And a misconception, let me back this up. Vampire Physiology 101. We don't have nerves. Our flesh is dead until, right? Let's add an until here. When we have to regenerate, you are going to feel it. There's no way you're not going to. You are forcing the blood to remember what it once was. And you're instilling in that memory through the only thing a vampire recognizes, and that's the blood. And it's the power of the curse itself. So as they're alive, at least for the moment, to grow back, and granted it's not forever it takes, it is an instant enough to remember. This whole phrase of like, it itches a little. Yeah, that might be if you never entered torpor. But the simple fact is it nearly killed you. And because of that, there is a penalty. There is agony. And there's moments of it until you're yourself. And you're sitting up, and it's odd to feel that parts of your face are new. You know that. You don't even need to look at the mirror to get that. Your hand rolled over your face can feel that this is This is the actual power of what immortality is a vampire. The old blood, dirty side of your face from the new baby smooth aspect of the flesh as it should be. It's an eye-opening experience for all three of you, I'd say, to just stare at that. But you're you, and you're here at least manageable enough. At this point, I took the liberty of pre-rolling how your body would heal. And Tom, you were to hunger 4 once again to come back to where you're at, but this is you fully healing out of where you were.
The surrogate at this point, as he starts seeing Tom just kind of come together, he'll start skirting over to Ramsey and he'll put Ramsey aside and whisper into his ear. He's like, you're going to need to catch your father up regarding with what Miguel had mentioned. I'm going to tend to your brothers right now, but you need to bring them back in line. Let him know, because we don't need him to say anything unbecoming, especially in front of our friends here. Good?
He'll nod at you, kind of slowly, surrogate, and he'll walk over to Tom. Tom, well, you've been healing like Bob describing. Ramsey's not wearing a shirt right now, and there is a very visible scar of what looks like a Y incision on his chest. And he will, you'll watch as he like reaches up and grabs that cigarette from back behind his ear, and he kind of rolls it in his fingers as he's talking to you. Surrogate and I, and he'll point over at the other 2 torpid corpses that the surrogate is going over to nurse. We got the rest of the pack from the morgue, but it wasn't clean, and there's they know that the Sabbat's in Naperville. The Crusade is going to have to start now. Any chance of embedding is gone. And with that, you have to stay low and out of sight until we get through this. The La Sombra are not trusted or looked on favorably here, especially here where they defected.
Tom's just gonna, his face healed, and while you're talking, he's like touching his face, almost like just remembering the agony from like regenerating. But he'll look at you, Ramsey, and he'll say, "You get the gun?"
The gun was bullshit. It was a test to see if Warren could do what he said he could do.
Oh. Well, shit. Leave it to us to get the party started early, right? It is what it is. We need to get the other 2 up.
Surrogate's getting them up. Getting them up now, but...
Speaking of that, you guys are sort of having an uncomfortable awkwardness, right? Is the full weight of we just fucked up like orders from the sect is what happened, right? And you're letting that kind of... Surrogate, you go through a similar process, right? Is it different than you wake the other 2, or is it pretty much the same?
The process will be the same as he starts laying them once again encounter once Tom actually frees it up. But instead, he'll be saying things more in a brotherly fashion. So to... taking a look at Parker, he'll do the exact same thing. He'll put him up on the slab and he'll be like, all right, little brother, you have to start getting up as well. And he'll rinse and repeat through that process as well.
It's similar. As one is healing up, there's no point in putting on any more show than you need for the other, right? As he's going to heal and it's going to suck. For Michelli, there's a difference here. Your La Sombra is not used to the brutality you faced. You're an IT guy. You're a .com boom rich guy, right? When's the last time, right? And you remember even your night of coming to, it wasn't an ordeal. You're kind of the Sabbat cheat. You were selected because you were good with finances and you were easy money is how it went. The propaganda came later and you had to deal with family and your Sure, they had you do some bad stuff, but it's sort of a moral thing. It wasn't really a test. This is a first. Being blown apart isn't fun. If you've ever cringed watching a war movie and saw someone step on a landmine, now I want you to imagine that same thing, except you didn't step on it, you fell chest first on top of it. Right? Your last images that your character had was as your pack leader was charging forward, you were trying to save his life. Right? He gave in and charged a line where you could see shotguns and automatic gunfire just riddling him as he rage-filled lifted the guy nearest him, and you gave in to that bloodlust. But you for certain thought you were going to take the attention away from to buy him time to heal, which is all you could think of. The first 3 bullets you hardly ever even felt before the rage took you. However, you can feel that all inside your clothing, as you stand up, there's at least 20 rounds that drop off of your body. Where it just basically, it's like you were a magnet and you soaked it all through the flesh. You feel what it's like to have to reknit a liver briefly as that agony sets in. The spinal column, the bullets wedged and impinged and busted bone, the ricochets that went off, and somehow you could stand as a vampire but shouldn't be able to. As the nerve system, the glory of the body reminds you of what the curse is, and you stand accordingly. And the process isn't as harsh for Walter, there, Mike. And here's why. If you recall, the circumstance was different. They went at the brunt of it. You came in after, and you did far more damage than they could respond, but they did respond eventually. You still have coated blood on you. Stride, which shows you gave more than you received, and your surprise attack worked. The only thing you remember, though, is that there was some guy, it's in a flash, that was stabbing you with scissors at a point. It's all they had near them and just dove on you to help whatever was there. And it's something that horrifically sticks in your mind. They say every person you kill with a gun or whatever, that's always the terrible part, is the memory. And somehow your beast remembers he tore into you with the scissors, and you remember twisting his head off, despite being shot, despite other people jumping on you and trying to hit you with various things. The last act before you gave up the ghost, so to speak, at least for them, was to pop his head off like a twisted top. And it's something that coats you. It chills you to the bone. That's not what you thought. How are you feeling human now? Is what echoes back to you as you stand up. And so the pain for you is almost a revelation that you've gone too far. That for your principles and who you say you are, you have to kind of rein it in. This isn't a stain. We're past that because you already paid the price for that. But the point is, it's a reminder. You're watching the other monsters kind of flex and maybe take some pride in how many bullets fall off of them. And yeah, we're still rolling around and they're hungry. And yeah, you are too. But the problem is, despite all that carnage, not only are you alive again, you're whole. And you're at a hunger 3, as Michelli, you share that hunger of 4. But you're all fully healed and bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. And the thing I want you to remember here for Walter is that he knows we're going to do it again tonight. You can tell everybody's hungry.
Yeah. Warren's going to really...
My bad. Call me Walter, you're Warren. My bad. It was off by 1.
Well, Warren's going to go find some clothing that doesn't make him feel like a serial killer. Ideally, something in the house somewhere. I imagine that's a guy who has outfits, but maybe not.
As Warren starts to walk away, the surrogate's going to walk up to Warren and just kind of gently tug him on the sleeve and put his arm around him. And he'll lean in and he'll whisper very uncomfortably close, "That gun was bullshit. We went on an entire mission because he wanted to see what it was that you were going to do. That gun meant nothing to him. It's not even who it said it belonged to. I hope you know we did this all for you." And you'll give him a kiss on the forehead, and he'll scoot him off as he'll return to the rest of the pack.
Yeah, and he'll pause to listen. There's not really any resistance there, but he's not going to say anything. There's some awkward distance in his eyes.
If you could, Mike, I'm going to just ask it, maybe just be me. I could hear everybody else pretty clear. I don't know if your mic's a little far away from you, but you're coming across a little soft.
How about now?
Perfect. There he is.
All right. Yeah. Need clothes. Still taking it in, but he'll listen, sir. He's not like running off or anything, right? It's just kind of heavy in that moment.
So at the very least, you could take solace. You guys are up and around, and various cleaning is there, but the hunger is real. That's the one pervasive thing for the whole pack to understand. You need blood, and for Tom, this is a bad place because this seems to be all you've been doing. Starving, hunger, the whole nine. But you're doing.
Well, when everyone's up, Tom's just gonna be he's basically Tom gets up off the kitchen counter, talking to Ramsey, goes over while Ramsey's talking to him. He starts taking off his clothes and he's just washing himself in the kitchen sink. Just turns on the water and he's just like trying to get the blood off, just pulls his clothes off. And he's keeping his eyes specifically off of Ramsey because the cigarette in his fingers makes him uncomfortable. Like he's waiting. Like he knows that he's going to spark that eventually, and it makes him uncomfortable to know that. And he's just going to say, well, seems like we got a lot to talk about again. I don't know about y'all, but a little bit of deja vu, if you will. So let's walk and talk, boys. And Tom's going to go and just start throwing on some like clothes just to fucking walk outside.
Guess I'm skipping the shower. Parker will go and retrieve a fresh set of clothes so that he doesn't look like he just went through the blender.
As you guys go walking through Surrogate, you'll hear Miguel. This is a moment, priest to priest.
He'll nod and he'll hold up the pack a moment, saying he'll be right with him, and he'll proceed over towards Miguel.
He'll walk out to the balcony where it seems to be his perch, his roost. There's either a level of comfort or just so you both can talk. And he'll just, listen, I'm going to keep this to the point. Your pack is fucked up on a level, and punishment comes. And it's not going to be light. You know this.
He'll give a simple nod.
Who gave the order to hit that place, the police station?
I have to think as a player because I need to see whether or not my conviction. I want to say it's Warren, but the surrogate wants to say it's Warren.
How about the surrogate can say it's Warren?
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm in line with my character and my ethics, and
well, in line with your character and the ethics, that's what you have to rationalize with yourself.
yes.
If it's Warren, and you're saying the surrogate would say Warren, is there reasoning behind it?
He wants to punish failure, and he feels like this is the best way of being able to do it, is to draw the target on the person's head.
Okay. He'll nod once, but you're the one in charge of that pack's well-being. You're the one to help guide them. You think it's not the fucking ductus that leads the pack. That's the asshole that gets to say, yes, we're going to hit this target. I know what you can do. I know what you can do. I know what you can do. And so we organize it. We go in and do that. But he doesn't know shit about what you guys can do. But there's you. Now, you can't tell me you don't see what's wrong with your pack? I mean, I'm going to say this as polite as possible. Tom is an actual problem for your whole group. He has a little follower in Parker. That's not good. They're both the Sombra. I don't need to tell you why that's not good. Now, to me, you hit that police station proves Tom's on the level. He's Sabat now because he's fucked right along with the rest of you. It's not good for any of us. You did no favor. For some reason, you slipped the blade in the Sabat here. Now, you tell me what happens when you do that.
To be honest, this is all quite new.
Cabron, I am asking you. There has been a law violation, and you should know what the laws of the Sabbat are. What did you violate?
Whereas my character may know, Bob, I am blanking out. Would you be able to assist me with that one?
You're fine. What we're going to say here is that, for lack of a better term, no doubt as a priest, you'd have to memorize and know what the laws are there to a point. But he's also being somewhat vague. I'll give you an insight intelligence roll. Let's see how well the surrogate can concoct what he might mean.
All right. E5. Intelligence insight.
And you can. There's a very well-known clause of the Sabbat about the needs of the sect come before the needs of the individual. It's actually very simple to remember. And there's a steep price to pay when that is the other way around. And you can tell clearly what his point is. To go get a gun out of a police station, who does that serve?
That only serves the individual.
Correct. And so that is the actual test. The pack failed first and foremost. The actions therein is even worse. And now your character can actually put the political spin off that typically you would have to fear had this guy not pulled you aside and have a talk. It does not appear that he is happy with what occurred, but he's also not happy with what he might feel is coming. There's a level of sadness as he speaks to you, which does not sit well with the surrogate at all. And he'll look at you as it seems to dawn on the surrogate and go, you see it now.
He'll nod. I do.
If there were a bishop here, they would bring you in, probably stake all of you, and they would string one of you up, who they felt would make the best example. And then they would probably diabolarize one of you in front of the rest of the pack while you're staked. Make sure you're hanging something fancy, something to show what occurred, to set an example of the area. But this isn't not yet. This isn't Sabbat Holdings or none of that. So what you have to look forward to is the fact that there is a pack here who's supposed to keep the peace that came before us. And we were here to give them support. You were chosen because a lot of you were supposed to be able to blend and show us and help us adapt. And that's different now. I'm going to give you a number to speak with the widows. Now, their ductus is the rose. But tonight you have a meeting with the Black Lotus. She has a psychology practice that they've opened up as sort of a thing to do out in the burbs for people. And apparently they cater to the rich there. That's neither here nor there, but they're very good at what they do. Now, why you're going there is because whenever your pack's done settling what you're doing here, you show up there, it's because you recognize that you're still of the sect. You don't go there, I'm going to lead the wild hunt that comes for you. And you will be the first one that I kill, then Tom. I chop the heads off of the snake before I finish the rest of it. I don't want it to come to that.
Understood. He'll hold on to the balcony. He makes no bones about the way that he's gripping onto it. There's a slight burning anger, one of the few times where emotion starts to seep from this monster. And we'll let you know how that meeting went.
Thank you for taking the time.
Of course. And assuming he has the number, he will step off away from the balcony, put his hands in his pockets along with the number, and he'll walk alongside his pack. He'll get closer towards Tom, of course, as he gets nearby, and he'll speak. It's not that he's, just speaking directly to Tom as much as it is he's just being by him and projecting his voice outward. We need to consider our actions of what we've done. The biggest thing about this is we're firebrand at this moment, for lack of a better term. We're burnt, but there is at least a way to recover our name. If we're going to go down, we're going to go down doing things the appropriate way. The gun was a test, and it is something that even myself was blinded to, and this will bring us together. It was the needs of the individual, of him, versus the needs of what we were sent to do. We cannot lose focus over that. We might not be able to bring it back to baseline, but we will do everything possible to pave the way for our brothers and sisters for this crusade. If at all, we will at least act as a speed bump and at least bring us back to where we need to be. By the way, we need to make things right as well with the sect to let them know that we're still in line. We are going to meet with a pack named the Widows, hopefully. A member is Black Lotus. I believe their ductus is named the Rose. However, he'll pull the number out from his pocket and he'll look over to Tom. He's like, you say the word and I'll make the phone call, as I know that perhaps phones are not exactly in your best usage right now. But we could organize that for this evening.
Surrogate, that sounds right as rain. How about you do me a favor and you make that call? Set up that meeting with the widows.
What time should I tell them we're coming?
And give us a couple hours. Ramsey, how about you find us a nice picnic spot where we can get a bite to eat, keep our cool before we have to present ourselves to the sect, if you will.
Ramsey will take that cigarette out from, he was still playing with it in his hand, and he'll put it in his mouth at this point. And he'll just, he doesn't say anything, he just starts walking.
Now, I'm aware Ramsey has a city knowledge of the area.
Mm-hmm.
Very good one. He's been here for a minute. He's been kind of exploring around. Got the lay of the land, as I remember. Remember your night outing? The hospital?
I remember.
In fact, it was like 2 nights ago. Right? So your kill counts at an impressive 20 in a quiet suburb in less than 7 nights as a pack. And Ramsey, you're going to walk away 5 feet because the one thing you can't take off your face is fuck that guy.
Right. That's why he walked away.
Because you're walking away with nothing but a simple feeling. You don't even have to look up to see how this place is reacting. But went from a sleepy suburb area to where it's open, no big deal. You're seeing lights on at every house in a neighborhood. I'm going to take you guys back to a different time real quick. If you can remember the 70s, right? And the 70s was a violent time for a lot of cities because of civil rights movements, whatnot, etc., female rights, the whole nine. It is a people that got tired of caring in the States, of waiting on a government to take care of the problems when they were going to see to it themselves. This is due to a lot of circumstances. We're not going to get into that. But that tension, when a certain someone operated going around killing in that time, right? And that certain someone was Ted Bundy. Now, you may not know about him, and we're not going to get into it because I don't want it to get that dark, but that feel of a city in fear, right? When they discovered a serial killer. Amongst all that violence, there was something far worse that was out there. There was some guy they knew named Ted that was blue-eyed and good-looking that was going around and taking your sister, your mother, your girlfriend, your niece, and doing terrible things to her. And the police could not even find this guy, right? This led to several violent attacks, allegedly in self-defense and thing of that nature. But imagine what that's like when we go to 2021, right? We're now in the now. And as you're sitting here staring at this town walking around and the lights are on, people are paranoid. Yeah, that house has a TV on. That's a dad who's clearly up by the door. That's a mom in the kitchen doing some easy cooking to ease her mind and take care of it. You don't see any kids out in the porch. There's no dogs outside. Granted, it's about 3 hours until dawn in the first place. Got to remember, you just got these guys back, had that talk, and are going out again. But the hunger is the hunger. And you're damn sure trying to find it before they slip into a different type of sleep. Right. And as you're doing this, you know one thing. You got a home invasion that you're looking at to a highly alert police station that already has backup in the area because you just left that place. Right? You know what it's at. Because you went to the morgue and came back from there, but you know they're ready at this point. Or we're going to have to get something easy. And it dawns on you. I actually just going to have to hunt a dog. I don't know. I'm going to have to find neighborhood puppy. Shit. Wish Petco was open. You're literally at that point.
I wish Petco was open.
But don't let me stop you. At this point, what's Ramsey going to decide to do? I will help you. You have the knowledge to know there are trails out here. And those trails advertise the fact there are rabbits, there are deer that run through.
I was legit thinking the same thing, because not smack dab in the middle of Napersville, but pretty close to the river, is a giant wildlife preserve.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's time we get into touch with some of our hunting roots.
Here's the problem, Ramsey, as you say that, and you're looking at it. You're not too much of a hunter, right? You can manage, especially if you had all night to kind of brush up and deal with it. You took to the city as your hunting ground. You know that far better. This preserve is a preserve. It's a forest. It's sneaking around. It's doing all that. If you have time, you can do that. However, do you have the time to hunt enough to get a deer instead of a rabbit or a squirrel or whatever you can get to feed your hungry pack mates?
No, I forgot we've got, 3 hours left? Hunting deer is an all-day affair.
I'll give you a choice. There's a Denny's that is advertised 24 hours that's near a trucker stop. That's within 15 miles of where you're at. And that's, hey, it might bear fruit, it might not. Trucker routes notoriously early morning drivers anyway. They get out and hit the road nice and proper. You might even get lucky. It's a thought your character has. It's also a thought where that could go south as well, right? Because you, like I said, you know enough. State troopers are a different breed. You're at one of them faithful moments in any Sabat game. Where how Sabat are you?
I know. I feel like we've already proven ourselves very Sabat, so the Denny's is where I'm going to lead them. I know we left a car at the police station. I'm assuming more than one person in this pack had a car.
Well,
am I making an ass out of you and me with that assumption?
You'd be horribly wrong, because they certainly did not. Because it was Michelli's car, from my understanding, that you guys took in the first place. That's am I right, Parker?
God damn it! I think it was, son of a bitch.
It's not the car type, right? That's just not what his concern is. But I will point this out, Surrogate, you were supposed to meet a certain family to handle some things. If you need to square away a car, I'm sure it's nothing if you stop by and borrow. Oh, it'll dawn on you. You have a whole family the pack can feed from.
Yes. You'll see, as the interactions start going, he'll pause and he'll look over at Ramsey as he starts saying that, and there's a small twitch in his eye, and it's kind of hard to tell whether or not it's annoyance or just like disdain. And he'll take a look at his timer. The needs of the sect, the needs of all versus the needs of one. I have a spot we could go to. You're coming with me. And he'll start leading him in a direction. But as he does so, he's going to pull one of those passive-aggressive type of ordeals, and this is where it starts showing you a part of what the surrogate was, is as he walks ahead. His hands are in his pockets, his head is kind of hung low, and his words are kind of mumbled out. When you get there, you say nothing to them outside of what I tell you to tell them. You are not to destroy them. These are my sea monkeys. You understand that? This is my goddamn ant farm, and you're going to treat them exactly as such. Do you get that? And he'll turn around with like a wild expression on his eyes.
You said sea monkeys.
Yeah, I get it.
Good. You understand that, Ramsey?
He's just looking at you like, are you crazy? But he'll nod his head, yeah.
I think you remember a certain dogfight he was in. Yeah, he's crazy, Ramsey.
Yeah, I know. I know. I'm just trying to figure out, like, where is this going to lead? I'll also be honest, Bob. I'm actually really interested in how he feeds, because I know for damn sure it's not sneaking up on people.
Okay, this seems like a thumbs up. Everybody's going with it, right?
Yes, sir.
Here's what's creepy. You're walking 2 blocks, and you're going to find out that the surrogate may have intended to go here all along. You guys have a nice residential area for like one of the most expensive apartment complexes that have been built for the Naperville areas there, but it's in bed with the high mid to low luxury homes. they're in the area as well, and he walks up to one. What's creepy is, as he walks up and the motion lights kick on, and it's just the surrogate walking forward, as he will hold his hand out as the motion lights turn on for you to let him approach. And there's a pause. You all kind of get that. And you said you wanted to watch him anyway. His whole demeanor changes. First off, there's a mailbox that says the Hamilton family. That's right there, right? It's nice and it's in gold lettering and it kind of hangs underneath the mailbox and it's up and you can see that there's gentle mail to be picked up and shipped wherever it's got to go. There's an SUV that sits. It'd be nice for you guys to have to use it. Definitely fits all of you, but you can see like the soccer equipment that's in the back. That's there. It looks like they had McDonald's and surrogate looks like that. Linda sure didn't pull out Davy's food of choice. He's always half eating whatever food they get after the soccer meetups that he does. And because he's little, he's only little, and he just doesn't need to eat that much. But you see it there, and you know it upsets his tummy when he gets back in. He eats that food anyway because he's hungry, because he thinks he's a secret squirrel. Because you're a secret squirrel, you only show up at night, and he tries to be like you, and so he has to save food in case you're hungry. But you never eat it during the day, which means he gets to eat it because squirrels share. Because that's what you taught him. There it is, though, because you told Linda, and how many times do you have to tell Linda that he's going to leave that food and she's supposed to throw it away and tell him that you ate it? But there it is. There it is. She can't remember shit. And it's all right. It's all right. And it's just stuff you're remembering. And as you get to the door, it's a beautiful home. It's a nice, you would say, probably DIY built up townhome. Mm-hmm. It's enough to be 5 individual bedrooms that they have in there, so that's nice. 2 in the basement, and that's where the kids are. 1 master bedroom on top, and then they split them into offices. 1 for Greg, 1 for Linda. Linda doesn't need a damn office, but she has one anyway, because why not? And in there, what she keeps are all the trophies that her kids get for participating in events. And she has a Facebook page for that. And of course, she has a Twitter page for that. And basically, for Linda, Tia and Davy are her pride and joy. So everything they do is shown. But you also note just how many pictures Mom's in the center of. And the kids are kind of off to the side. And it's always her being at these events and nothing of Greg. Greg is a teleconferencing facilitator. You know how hard he works. And he has to, because that way Linda doesn't. And that's okay, because they want family support, and you're okay with that. But you're beginning to see the shrine to the kids and starting to irritate you. All this as you smoothly go up to the door, enter in the passcode, and that disables the alarm, and you notice that the door is unlocked. Why? Greg called you and told you to check out. And so he left it unlocked for you, but as you told him, be sure to always put the alarm code on. You never know what creeps will show. And as you go inside, you have the option. You could walk right to the garage right now that shares space with the house. They're connected. You could open the door and let the pack in. Or you can choose to go upstairs and spend a little time with the Hamiltons.
He will go to choose and spend a little time with the Hamiltons. So he'll lead them up.
So as you go into the house and head up, you'll note that off the bat you'll see Tia. Not Tia, Linda. Very upset because you're there. Like, she must have heard the garage open up and maybe she thought you weren't going to show. It took a breath of fresh air. Linda, she does beauty school. She's a hairstylist there, but this is like her 4th year. And you know damn well why. She enjoys going there, and she likes hair. She likes cutting it. She likes styling it. It's kind of her time when she goes, but she only stays for the requisite hour to keep her established in the course. But she never stays for the final testing. She leaves half semester in, and the university stopped letting her do that, right, that they have there. And it's University of Beauty School. It's actually pretty huge in the area. And but she's skilled. That's the thing. And she cares a lot about her vanity. It's just what she does. But seeing you, and she's in her terry cotton robe, got her slippers on, and she looks at you nervously, and she's like, well, the kids are asleep, and she'll meet you in the hall, and she's keeping it low. Greg is working late with whoever she is, and Tia is asleep, and Davey just, he's, how he is. He's going to sleep in our bed till Dad gets home to take him to bed, and that's that. So what do you need? What can I do?
He'll look over the house almost as if he's just trying to pick up other things to pick on her for, if anything, because he already knew walking in that the SUV had that food. And he'll be like, it's a good thing the kids are asleep. I'm just checking in these fine gentlemen, because I'm assuming they walked in with me as well, right? And they're
I was asking it at the beginning with the garage door. You can open the garage and let them in, or you can go upstairs to deal with them first. And I thought you were going upstairs to deal with them.
Yeah. So I'll do that. So he'll take a look at her and he'll be like, I told you about the food. Why is it still inside of the SUV?
She'll not make eye contact. I forgot. It's when Greg called and said, when Greg called and said he was going to be late, I didn't know what to do. I knew you were coming by. You normally come by, and then we have coffee. We have to tell you about our day, and then we go, I don't know why we have to tell you about our day. Like, who are you?
He'll look at her and he will say, I'm the reason why you're still in beauty school. I'm the reason why Greg hasn't left you yet. Do you understand what's happening here? I'm here to help you.
Roll your manipulation and add your persuasion, and your specialty does count. Actually, no. I think veiled threats work here a lot better with how you open up. What do you think?
Sounds good. So intimidation. All right, gotcha.
But for this, I want you to go ahead and add your level of dominate.
Got
I'll
it.
speak here in a second. But yes, go ahead and roll that.
Oh, no.
So what happens? Well, it's up to you. You can roll a willpower to change this result if you'd like to.
No. This is in his element.
So what happens is, as you're explaining what you did and the reason you're in beauty school, you realize your fangs are out when you say it, like you spit it at her. And before she has a chance to like jump away, because she wasn't certain what it looks like, you grab her and pull her close so she can meet your eyes. And it's like for the first time she could tell you're not breathing at all. Like you said that thing without sputtering. The venom coming out of you is genuine. She can sense just how much danger she's in as you get that close. But then a simple thing happens as you tell her that, well, you're the reason the world exists, right? As it comes down to it, she just starts nodding her head as the terror has built up to such a level, it has subjugated her ability to flee. It happens right in front of you. The beast that's in you does nothing but shove her down by the shoulder. So she's now sitting on the ground as you gloat over the top of her, letting her know exactly what she is to you as you can continue.
I came here with friends because I was very proud of this family and I wanted to show them off. I wanted to show you off. I had to cover up the mess regarding the SUV and hopefully they didn't notice. But I'm going to let them in and they're going to witness this perfect family and you are going to play perfect hostess to them. If they want anything from you, you will give it to them. Why? Because we will take care of your family. Do you understand this?
She nods her head so fast as yes, the fear's real.
I hope you also understand if you call the cops on me again, it will be the last time.
She'll glance up confused at that, but she'll just look back down and she'll just shake her head no, like she won't do it.
Good. I'll check up on Davey and T in a moment. And he'll walk to let his pack in.
So you guys get let in. He walks the front door, I'm assuming?
Yeah.
Okay. Front door opens, lights are on. He gestures for you guys to come on in as you step into the light. If to anyone else, this would be that part in a horror film where you should not let these people anywhere near your house or kids. But for some reason, here you are, right? And as you guys waltz in one at a time, you'll see this middle-aged, attractive woman come downstairs, and she's has glasses that she'll begin pouring out or putting out on the table. They look like coffee cups. Looks like about 5. She guessed correctly, it seems, and she'll turn around and just smile. She doesn't talk to you guys because obviously you're his friends and you came in as a guest to his. But she goes, coffee's on. It'll only be a moment. And she's full of smiles and whatnot and an unmitigating terror. Doesn't matter what she wants to do. You're predators. You've hunted people before. No doubt have scared a few in your day. she's at that point where she probably should have ran, but knows it wouldn't do any good.
Tom's gonna sit down in front of one of the mugs, like at this point trying to contain himself, like mortal blood's present and he wants to play a little.
So he's to play a little, but help me out here. Not even help me out, not like you're doing anything wrong, but are you saying that Tom really wants to go feed from her?
Yeah, Tom's starving.
So here's the difference in instinct. Instinct is want meets deed.
Okay.
That's what Tom wants, Tom does. You have no reason not to, other than your pack-mate asked you not to. Or he didn't ask you not to feed, he just said don't ruin this for him. It's up to you and how you interpret that, or if you're even going to wait. After all, you are Ductus. That is blood, and blood's in the kitchen.
No, you're right. Actually, Tom wouldn't even wait. He'd look from the coffee cups to her and just, aren't you a sight for sore eyes? And then go to feed.
Like that means something different to her, Tom, as you begin approaching the kitchen, and she innocently does stuff to make sure that she's covered up tight as you go walking in. There's coffee the coffee bag she has out to the side. There's water half filled in the coffee maker itself, and she'll like stay away from me. I don't want any trouble. I'm getting you your coffee. Surrogate, sweetheart. As Tom, you go walking up to her. Though she says that, I'm assuming, Surrogate, you're not intervening?
I am not intervening.
Tom, you're like sight for sore eyes and you grab this woman. Are you trying to resist at all?
No, Tom would literally like pick her up like by the waist and like slam her into the wall and just like go to neck her.
That's exactly what happens as she's planting the wall and he begins gorging as it is. And none of you, but I'd say, well, I shouldn't say none of you. Only one of you is watching exactly what he knew was going to happen when he woke to hell a second time this night, as that's what it feels like. And I'll leave his Bruhawk proclivities to reveal themselves when he's ready. But for the most part, you guys observe, and he's feeding. That's one down, as that is what it is. There is no sign of him going to be stopping Surrogate. You know that. Everything he says is that when he's hungry, he feeds until it's done.
Damn you, Linda. He'll need someone versus the others. One moment. I'm just taking a quick look at my sheet because this is going to be important. It's depending on whether or not he's going to let Linda live or he's going to feel that Greg needs a better wife. Greg needs a better wife. He's just gonna let it happen, and he has an idea about it as well.
As if things couldn't be, I don't know if you want to say bad or worse. You'll hear little Tia bust out in tears as the monsters are real. You'll see her just at the top of the steps, just enough to get a glimpse of Mom's legs kicking and twitching as a slight trickle of blood is dripping onto the floor from the mouth of Tom from her mother. And there's nothing she could do. The only weapon a child of that age has is tears and the hope of empathy or sympathy from whatever's nearby. Whatever adult that should come and help them is not. And she's just crying and bawling, her arms silently reaching out for her mom and not even having the wherewithal to worry about herself because the source of her life is in trouble and she could feel it. What's everybody else doing? Oh, Parker, eating's good. I mean, they just come to you in this place at the top of the steps. This little kid's crying. I mean, it's like a chicken nugget.
I was just thinking, would Parker sprint up the stairs and let's just say he does. Let's go for it.
Parker takes off at the speed of an Olympic athlete as he heads up and The little girl, tears and all, he just yanks her off her feet, and like almost as if an uncle would bounce her, to tell her it's okay, until his fangs slap into her shoulder, and she slumps, more shaking than feeling ecstasy. A child that young, the horrible aspect is, has no idea what ecstasy is. So to the body, it's a spasm. She has no idea what she's experiencing or why. But at least there's no pain, just shock and trauma.
The surrogate will step in though, and he will, as he starts passing by with the remainder of the pack, he'll kneel down next to Parker and she'll say, "She lives."
Oh, surrogate, my dear sweet surrogate, you're trying to tell the clan of the True Kings, the Shadow Kings, that they can't have what's theirs. And you'll remember the two most violent members of your pack. The lions are feeding. You're the jackal coming by to say, "Hey, leave some for the rest of us." They're frenzied hunger, they're beast in control, snacking it down. You're going to have to do something to make him stop if you want him to, because he is not hearing you.
He will interject. He'll visibly toss him, if necessary, off of him.
It's cute that you think you can do that.
He could try. Just
I'm gonna help you out when you go for that. I'm gonna even need to roll dice here. I could see clear the tail of the tape on the sheets here. The surrogate is not the brawler of the group. Remember what I said. These two were willing to charge headline and the police, and they have good grounds to say that they could do it. And had a good fight and chance. In fact, if the whole pack was that way, nobody probably would have made it to Torpor, as another way to say it out of game. But here, when you go to bother him, and stop, and you go to yank him to pull him off, he doesn't turn and hiss fangs at you, because it's not that type of threat. But as you pull, he simply grabs you and pushes you on the floor. It's quick by the chin and whips you. You don't have the strength to hang on to him, is how much stronger he is. It's like when you try to hold on to an impossible weight. You ever do that? Someone hands you a weight. "Hey, can you carry this for me?" And you go to do it, and your limbs just give out quick. That's what it's like as you try to hang on, the force. As you slide across the floor and hit the wall, and he just goes back to feeding. But at that point, I do need you to roll your resolve composure. Combine them together. We're trying to see if you can maintain this emotional issue as much as you can, because he is going to eat that child. Now,
with hunger or without hunger, sir?
Without hunger. This is whether or not either Mike or Brennan, if Ramsey or
yes, Ramsey is going to step in for the against the child. The mother, I'm honestly not concerned about, because Tom is doing what his beast is doing. That's in his nature, is to feed.
So's Parker's.
It's true, but I feel as though there's a balance with this being a child who is not yet like grown up to make children of their own. Right? This is like, you don't kill a fawn, right, when you go deer hunting.
I'll let this happen if you're willing to take the 2 stains for it.
Okay, so
Here's why. This tells me your character didn't have the thought to think that far ahead of what they would do to a family. It wasn't just Tom feeding. It wasn't just the mom that was getting ate here. And there's no way the mom would have been enough blood to go around for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
And you know that. So this is one family chosen to be X'd out. It's okay for you to feel that way, and I do agree with your path, and I do agree with what you chose, but also your thinking matches up. But I could say either way. You can have this go, but it's a tale that you're telling. It's either Ramsey, the hero, who's going to try to let this little girl live, as fucked up as that might be, or it's Ramsey who's going to eat it internally, recognizing the monstrousness that exists in this sect and in your pack.
Man, I was going to do it until you said he's a hero, and Ramsey's not a hero. He recognizes he is a monster. I think he does need to. You need to adapt to the world you're in. So he is going to internalize that this is the monstrousness in the sect.
If that's what Ramsey wants to be, like by your logic, adaptation means that there's constant bad shit around you, and you're making the best with it. That you're out of control of. Like, you don't got a choice. You got to adapt to it. When you are the force of change, i.e., something that can make it not be that way, it is up to you what that's supposed to be. That's what you're dictating right now. Mm-hmm. Ramsey absolutely could be a force to stop him from doing what he's doing. It's whether or not he's going to.
Then I'll eat the stains. And I'll stop it. Or attempt to. I'm not a La Sombra. or whatever.
It's 2 stains,
Mhm.
right? That we'll put on there just to note that for later. But you can't let it stand as you go forward. This is different. I'm gonna leave this up to you, Parker, because it is odd. This will be enough to pull you out of it. If you fed a little bit to feed hunger of 1 here, as you're about to get sated a little further. Now the difference between Surrogate and this guy, where the Surrogate walked over, just tried to pull you off, right? And you did it. Ramsey's a little more well versed in seeing what your response is. He hooks his arm underneath your chin and
Mhm.
forces you back, right? And has the strength to. You feel his knees in the small of your back, and he's not letting you simply roll forward. The beast stops to turn back and look as you become yourself, as you're out of that feeding mode, a little more focused. It's not that you couldn't eat, you definitely could. It's
Yeah.
the fact of, why has this guy got you, right? If you were eating like a pie eating contest and you're down in it just doing the thing, why did Brennan walk behind you and go, hey man, leave some for everybody else? And you're like, what? And you got like bits of pie
Mhm.
rolling down your face. That's what it's like.
The shock will be on his face, and he's like, huh?
Well,
Look at the kid.
while he's shocked and looking between the two of us, Surrogate, I'm going to look at you and look at the girl, and then I'm turning my attention back to Parker. There's a time and a place to kill a human. One that's not yet lived is a waste.
Yeah. Sorry, I kind of lost it a minute ago.
I'll slowly let go,
Mm-hmm.
and I'll not really pat him on the shoulder, but like just put a hand on his shoulder.
Yeah, he's kind of got his hands a little bit up, just like everything's cool. Just he's gonna wipe the blood off.
What's cool about this is that it's different. It's like before Sergey was more of a challenge, and it was. His emotion was into it. When you approach him, you addressed him as a hunter would, right? Predator to predator. Time and a place, let it grow. That logic told to him, that rings home for Parker. As Parker, you're literally like, yeah, that's the point. Thanks. Did me a solid, as he'll even be so kind as to lick the wound so the child can live. And she's asleep, right? There's too much for her to deal with. And that ecstasy state she was in, she'll have to write that about in her diary for years to come, from therapy she'll need. And that's that. But at least she'll get to live. The cool thing is that Surrogate, what you're going to hear is sounds like thumping. For those of you who've ever had a kid in the house, you understand that every noise is something you're going to pay attention to. And based on what's going on, when you hear that thumping and you got Tia's unconscious, the mom's dying, being held in Tom's loving, oblivion-like kiss, that leaves one. Where's Davy?
Yep. He'll take a look at Tia for a moment, noticing that she's asleep. He knows that Davy's going to be much more of an important factor. He'll start heading over to the master bedroom where he assumes Davy has been trying to sleep with his parents at night.
It's dark. You head over there and turn on a hallway light, no big deal. And you're outside of the door. Now in there, you don't hear anything, right? You can see that the light is on in there, but you don't know how long it's been. It must have been when she woke up, and maybe he didn't wake up or he was awake. You're not certain just what she did for her kids, but it's possible. Any mom has an in them to prepare their kids for best behavior, right? I.e., run if it gets whatever. However, Surrogate, you have a weird hold in this family. You made it to where you're not seen as a threat. And that's why she approached you in the hall. They should have just been in bed. And you were supposed to talk to Davey on behalf of Greg, in fact, right? There's a little trouble dealing with him. He's a little terror lately. And also, where he considers you a squirrel, that's when you guys are playing. That's when Dad's around. When Dad's not around, he doesn't like you because he keeps thinking you're trying to be Dad.
True. He will play hide and seek with Davy. He'll call out, Davy, you're supposed to be in bed, right?
It's up to you how you approach this. I'm not going to make this any more difficult than it needs to be. You have a packmate that could find him in a second. Right? Ramsey's he's pretty good at tracking and finding people who don't want to be found. But for you, for the casual glance, as you open the master bedroom, looking around. You don't immediately see anybody here. Now, I'll caution you, kids are really good at playing hide and seek in their own home.
He's like, come on, Davey. We're not playing at the moment. Did you leave that burger in the car as well? Shouldn't have done that. It's okay. It's okay. I'm not mad with you. I'm mad at your mom. But we'll talk about that later.
Roll charisma, and we're going to do, I like persuasion. And it's not hard. I'll give you 2 extra dice even, but why we're rolling is just how well you can override a child's senses at knowing his family's in dire straits here. All right. It's just what I thought. It is simple for you to say what you say and to remind him of things that you did. You're not the bad guy. You're just trying to make do with what's going on. And you'll hear Davey from the closet. Now, the closet door's open. Just walk in. There's a whole bunch of her shoes that are up there in Greg's and their outfits and whatnot. But it amazes you that he's on top of the wardrobe, right? All that light, everything's open. He managed to get up there, and that's what the thumping was. Pull himself up. He's a little strong, this little guy. And he's hiding back there, and you'll hear, because you don't see him, you hear him from up there. As you just hear, you brought the monsters. You're bad.
Monsters? No. Not monsters. Helpers. We're here like Santa's little helpers. We're here to make sure that families stay together the way they should.
Now, as this is being said, and you've been quiet, Warren, I can only imagine you're quiet because things are going to happen the way they happen. Warren's been in kind of a spiral lately. This isn't getting any easier, right? There's no reason. You hear the surrogate toying with this kid. You're down here, okay, one child was saved, Ramsey did that. Maybe you haven't felt the need to get in here, but your temper is rising. When you hear that the surrogate's like, oh, we didn't bring the monsters, as you're looking at Tom and the convulsing woman being held off the ground against the wall, savage this child's mother. Just kill it outright. And then you have to face an idea, an ugly truth. Oh, yeah, vampires can exist with mortals. No big deal. It's going to, it's like farming, right? That's what it's going to be like an open bazaar. There'll be certain people who want to be fed from, and then a certain vampire police to watch to make sure it doesn't go too far. It's hard to say that and then see and hear this. Is Warren going to do anything?
Not yet. I feel like right now it would be counterproductive, but I feel like the surrogate and I need to have a conversation very soon.
I agree that cold level of reason, I'll give you 2 stains.
All right.
Right? But not a forced hand as you're trying to let this be what it is. To that end, and not to cut you off, did you have more to add there?
Well, I was just going to say, to kind of put it out of his mind, as impossible as that is, I guess I would probably be trying to stage this to look like a break-in or something. Go out the back door, punch the glass in or something, break some stuff, make the house look rifled through, whatever. Because this feels like it's going to go bad before it gets better.
All right. So then we're crossing the line from just a stain. I'm going to count that as a loss, if you agree. You're actually adding to the premeditated murder of this. Right? So it's one thing that mom disappears. Right? I'm going to leave Warren where he is. Mike, you're with me on the side, right? We're just looking at this movie. Yeah. Your character's at a point where he's dancing back and forth. Yes, I'm a monster, but am I a monster with them? My ideals, the way I see the world, the way I want it to be, it's becoming farther and farther of a gap, too far for me to reason. And these people are sick. There's just something not fitting right, but yet you're slowly learning to kill that part of yourself. The longer you're with them, the longer you see what they're doing, the more you're like, well, it's either kill them, and then I run, and what's that? I'm going to be like them one night, which is one way your character undoubtedly has to think. The other way is no way in hell. We don't have to be this way. These people didn't have to die. We could have came in here, maybe one person feeding the mom, but get the keys to the car and go and do this to someone who maybe deserves it, right? Or do something else. It's a silent voice in your head that's a Jiminy Cricket, and it's the size of Jiminy Cricket right now. Where he once was a buddy who had his hand in his shoulder, he's now the actual little guy that's sitting on your shoulder, trying to give reason to the beast that you are walking around as you're slowly transforming, as you start cleaning up bits of the house and punching the window to fabricate the crime scene. I want to make sure I have that feeling right that you see that Warren Allen is feeling and what he's going through.
Yeah, that's exactly where he's at. This is that cliff for sure.
So what this is that we're putting, this is the Humanity 5 you've achieved then. This is where you're at. You still have 2 stains to reason with. They don't go away because of this. Here's why. You're agreeing to a premeditation of murder. That's, boom, done. However, the other 2 is still the guilt that you may have and would have stopped to save Davy, but you're washing your hands of it. Focus on the cause. You're helping the pack. You're staying with the Sabbat, as this is. In other words, your morality is going to lead you down dire straits, or you've paid for it. But that's set up top. Surrogate, you were saying, as you were trying to convince him, hey, don't worry, it's all right.
He'll try seeing if he could capture this young man's attention, to actually capture a face instead of just hearing a voice in the wall. Is he able to see him?
Now, you can go over there. Nothing stops you from that. I mean,
he will definitely do so. Actually, first is he already breaking stuff?
Is who breaking to him? Yes,
yeah.
Will. What sounds like glass breaking downstairs.
Motherfucker. He will be like, Davey, you stay in there. I'll be right back. And he's going to go downstairs to find out what the fuck is happening.
Now, sir, would you say this angers you?
It does anger me.
Now, how angry would you say you are? Were you angry?
I am supreme. I literally said, don't fuck with my ant farm.
Uh-huh. I think it would be nice to give a self-control based role here to try to rein it in. However, you think differently, don't you? Well, it's 2 choices you got. You could resist or give in. Your call. Oh, you just rolled. Never mind. And that is enough, by the way. Despite the anger spike, it is something that you could choke back on account of he didn't do it. Who's up on the wardrobe? Someone downstairs did it. It's the quick deviation of a dad fueled by the beast, and the beast agrees. Right? That's playtime later. This is someone pays now, and it always is for the quick to violence. Right? As you come stomping downstairs, fangs out. He doesn't try to be quiet, guys, and it is a little weird. It's funny that vampires tend to move quietly. And it's not because there's a supernatural power. If you have full control of your body with no weaknesses, there's no blood flow issues, there's no pain, there's none of that. You always move certainly, right? There's certainty with when you move when you need to. And you could be quiet. However, he's emotional. So his footsteps are the angry dad, thump, 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 as he comes down below. And for you, Warren, it's easy. You guys can see what he's doing. Tom's in the kitchen, and Warren went to the back window. You see that he already punched the back window, broke out the glass, and is outside picking up the pieces and chucking them in through the Holy Maid. So it seems like it happened from outside to justify breaking in. And he's right now adjusting the lock, trying to wiggle it around and break it off, which is easy for him to justify someone broke it. Now, this is important because Warren is smart enough to use like a butter knife, right? A tool to do it, not just raw strength. Now, he bends the shit of the butter knife. But you'll come walking in, Sarah, to see that he's strong enough to bink. Butter knife will snap, but he will jack up the lock enough to justify him jimmying it open.
What are you doing?
Covering this up.
What do you mean you're covering this up?
I mean, you're about to have a dead woman and a mostly dead little girl and a probably dead little boy in another 10 minutes.
Who makes that decision? You or me?
Me.
No, that's where you're fucking wrong.
I could
cover
right?
her body up.
I'm your Abbott.
Did you find this place?
There's about to be a dead woman. You brought a pack to this family that you wanted to protect, right? So you'd rather have the little boy who you think you're about to somehow have live tell a story about monsters who came to eat his mom and almost ate his sister to the police when they get here. Or you're going to take them away from this place and it's going to look like a robbery and a kidnapping happened and you'll have to deal with the dad, just the dad, and no more police problems. Go vent your anger to them shadow creatures who you didn't stop from eating your people.
Hey, Surrogate, I'm not
Yes.
going to have him roll because I feel you have a threshold to overcome here.
Yep.
He hits you what I like to call the righteous black man argument, right? You ever seen that in movies? When they focus on the camera and they give him that moment and all that truth hits you at once? It's a stummering and a stammering is what's coming out of the surrogate as you, because even you understand it, right? Everything he says is a truth and he is the abbot and it's all slamming down on you. But let's see how well you take it as, or how you circumnavigate this too. No doubt you have your reason because you're standing on some ground and you told them and they said yes, right? That's why you're here. So to do this, you're going to combat this. I'm going to have you roll your manipulation, and we're going to use persuasion here as you're going to try to navigate some of those points to soften it up to maybe reach him and not be as bad for you here.
Got it.
To let you know ahead of time, you need 3.
I'm sorry, what was that roll again? It was my
manipulation, subterfuge, or persuasion.
Got it. 6.
Woo! Woo!
Damn.
So, here's how we're going to rule this. It is something to see at it. You're both are going to lose 1 willpower. That's it. Sustained damage, I should say, to your willpower. Here's why. You both have points, right? The points you stand on, Sarah, that you come back with is simple. I asked you, and that's why I brought you here, all of you here. And then the second thing is that you're a pack, and you stay together. You agree to do something, the pack does something together, whatever that is. And that's that. And you even rationalize the fact that he just got a torpor. This is what's going on. We're trying to avoid all this. But that doesn't make any less light of what he says as well, as you both are in what I like to call an angry stalemate. So far, you may continue as you like. But food for thought for a moment as I'll switch. Because Ramsey, as you go upstairs and you put her to bed in her bed, it's up to you what you choose to do. Little Davy isn't waiting around.
I figured.
You see that the bathroom window is open, right? And the windows in these places tend to be frosted, and that's fine. But apparently they were smart enough to put in some sort of sunroom window that goes up top and then one to vent that has to go with it as steam can build up in those places and mold damage is a thing. They apparently have that. Now, normally it wouldn't be able to open, but nothing is kid-proof.
Right.
What looks like is maybe Davy has used this before to get out to their nice balcony that they're not supposed to be on top of, maybe to overhear what mom and dad are talking about at night when he's supposed to sleep. And you definitely see, you catch him because he's trying to take what he believes is a weapon. He has a plastic sword, right? Little ninja sword, it looks like, that he's trying to drag out of the window. And that's what you hear hit the top part as he thinks he's being quiet. His tongue's out, he's making the old,
I know.
It hits as you come walking out of the room. But it's entirely up to you if you want to draw attention to it.
I don't want to draw attention to it because I don't want to startle him if he's trying to climb out of a window. I don't want a kid pancake. If he doesn't see me right now because he's focusing on the sword, I guess I will try to sneak up behind him. I'll even use Silence of Death. Might as well.
What I'm saying is he's on the outside of that window. He's made it to the outside. You only know he's there because you heard and now see the bit of his sword that hit the top.
Okay.
He's not tall enough to pull that up and over. And to your senses, it wouldn't have mattered anyway. You would have heard.
Right. I'm going to follow after him. Probably not the same way, right? Because it's a little kid, like calling through a vent. But if he's gone to a balcony, there's another way out the balcony.
There's methods to this.
Right.
And I'm going to give, you can choose to, don't care if the child sees you coming and you're going to dart off, right? Because he could look at you and see you through the window because he doesn't think you've seen him, right? That's the point. Kids, they're invisible when you don't immediately react. And that's how that is. And so there's a glance and he's there. And you see that he has his trusty, maybe a bed sheet or a little cape wrapped around his neck. And you don't know what he plans to do with it, but he is still a decent height up. 15-foot drop, even for a kid, isn't going to be something his courage should be easily to handle.
Right.
But that's how high up he is. And you can make a startling go after him and go out that window. That's an option. You can quietly go down the steps and go outside and track this kid wherever he thinks he's going. Or you can walk out of sight of the bathroom, then sprint down the steps, race him, and stop before he figures out how to come down. Or you see how he gets down if he does.
I'm gonna track him slowly. I'm not gonna be in a rush to sprint after him, and I'm not gonna startle him.
I'm going to give you an XP, and this is because your character does not have as high a survival as I think you're wisely role playing to.
Okay.
That you can give that, but this is how one learns. It is part of your instinct. Yes, you know the city and you know the human animal. This is instinct that you're following. A lot of people wouldn't get this, but what you're doing is you're following a child who's terrified, who hasn't had chance to experience the world and get caught up and know to run to the neighbor, to ask the neighbor for help, even though the child might have heard it 100 times. It doesn't want to live, or probably doesn't want to leave. Wants to live, but doesn't want to leave its family. So you're curious where it would go. How would it react? What would it do? And this is a lesson in watching the human animal at work in the raw. And as you go downstairs quietly and bypass this discussion in progress, which we'll get to now, I only need you to give me a simple dexterity. And no, we'll use wits. Okay. And we'll include survival for this, as the tracking is not that. But I'm giving you +2 dice because it is a child, and you already have the wherewithal to do so.
Okay. And you said you're giving me 2 additional, so that's pretty good. That's pretty good. I have my hunger at 1. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
You forgot about the feeding?
I guess I did.
Waste not, want not. Just remember that.
Okay, waste. Oh, right. I do remember that now. It's true. That, yeah, that's in the right place.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was me looking at the wrong room. I was like,
yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's all I needed to see. Easily done. We'll get back to that. Okay. But you do make it outside. As for you, Parker, it's up to you. You see him walk past you, but you do hear this very interesting discussion start piping up. Now, you're a person who's on power in her voice, and you're listening to it. And the one thing that disgusts you, why can't Warren keep in line? That's what it is. You were asked not to. You said not to. What's the deal? And he's piping off about a valuable point, and he does make some very good ones. But that's starting to irritate you. Although, if that were you he was saying it to, we'd have a different outcome. But you are gauging the leadership of the surrogate, which seems to be pretty weak at the moment as this is ongoing. But gentlemen, please resume where you were.
He'll go back and he's like, we'll have a discussion about this later. The point was, at least with her, we could have stuffed her in the SUV and said that she left her family behind. That girl is still alive. That kid is still alive. I could dominate them into believing that mommy just left them. I can't fix you breaking a window and only adding to the fact that we're already in a neighborhood that knows of us or knows of a threat. You're just adding to the threat level here. Do you see what I'm saying?
My God.
Did you just tell me you could fix a dead body and use mind control, but you can't fix a window?
You're right. He'll clap his hands. You'll fix the window. God, great idea.
Hang on. Mike, I need you to roll this, man. I feel we got to do this. For Mike, your intelligence, which is brutal right here. And we're going to use your insight. DJ, you're back to using your manipulation and, of course, persuasion. Gentlemen, we got to do this. This is literally a contest of wit and skill and points, and I can't determine the outcome easily.
Wow.
It's necessarily brutal as you'll take 1 sustained damage, surrogate, as it's damn if he doesn't have a point.
It's true.
But when surrogate says that, Warren will just take his hands off the glass, stop fucking with the door, throw the butter knife into the bushes, and have a seat somewhere.
Surrogate at this point, out of straight frustration, is just to prove a point, he'll start to clean up as best as possible. And he'll simply say, there's a fucking kid upstairs that I left for you. Don't destroy him. Go eat if you have to eat. God damn it. And he'll just start putting things together.
I mean, you're hungry, Warren, but that's always been your choice. I don't know if you now feed on kids, but that's up to you.
No, I'll figure it out.
And so Warren looks disgusted, right? It's an argument. You guys just had it, and he's sitting down like, whatever. And he's cleaning. I do mean he's cleaning. He goes and puts on an apron. right? He takes it right off the kitchen shelf itself, puts it on, starts getting the bucket, puts on the plastic gloves that go up to the elbow damn near, and starts picking up the chunks of glass, gets the dustbin out, does the whole nine as he's going through it. But back at the ranch, I'm going to tell you because it's hysterical, Warren. You look out back, and what you see is this little red cape and a kid kind of crouching down low on all fours, just do the wiggle, elbow and knees, like he's probably practiced playing soldier 100 times, but right past the garage and going around the corner with the cape. And it's interesting because the circuit thinks he's upstairs, and you have no idea how he got there. However, you quick to also remember you did have a packmate walk outside. And for the record, even if you were to stand up, it's a moment later, as if deliberately shadowing this kid, you'll see that Ramsey is just standing on the corner, letting the motion light shut off. Right? So it's long enough. It's like 30 seconds, letting it click off it's creepy as it gets. He just stares in that direction, not moving long enough for the motion light to give off, and that kid's gone. But then you'll note Ramsey doesn't go that way. It's like as he watches, he slowly turns his head to the side a little bit, and he backs up as if he knows where that sensor is going to pick him up. He didn't trip the sensor. The kid did. You'll realize he's gotten that good. And as you back up, Ramsey, you hop up onto the house balcony easily. And a simple hand grab to knee gesture, your field of motion as you're dead quiet. And you go across the rooftop. And you lose sight of him where you're looking. I can't remember your name suddenly. Warren, sorry.
Warren.
And however, where you're at, Ramsey, you'll see that the kid makes it to the outer bush line of the property. However, there's a dog house out there, yet you don't know where that dog is, if he even had it. It's a sizable dog house. He's over by it, and it's like the garage is there, the dog house nestled in boundaried bushes, right? There's a fence he'd have to go over. The kid could climb on top of the house and then maybe hop over the fence, but that'd be an even bigger drop. You surmise that the gazebo-like lattice work for the rose bushes that she put in is what he used to climb down from that window. And indeed, you're correct when you go over to see it. So he's smart enough for that. But when he gets over here, he doesn't grab anything inside that doghouse to hide him further. In fact, it's odd that what you see him grab out of that doghouse is a knife. It looks like a rather sizable hunting knife, right? Like maybe a dad would give a son for fishing, when we went fishing and we're done, and this is how you would. But why does he have it? Now it looks dull, it looks rusty. Obviously, his dad isn't a fool, but maybe he was supposed to care for it, or it's not his. It'll dawn on you as you know this. The kids collect the damnedest things, and especially a kid in this neighborhood, as inventive or as curious as he's being. Plus the cape, he's clearly the adventurous type. However, what else can you pick up about this kid? And to do this, to study a human being, one has to be in touch with what they're seeing as much as anything else. But insight is a great tool for this, as I need you to give me your intelligence insight to see if you can figure anything else about him before you make a call as to what you want to do.
Okay.
Oh, because of your aspects, is this will help as you're studying him as he's going through it. You can add 2 dice to it.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, he's a little kid and he wants to save his family, but unfortunately, media has done its damage. Marvel has done its work. He has the cape on. He has the pajamas of Superman. And you'll realize that's what that symbol was with Superman. But he has an added incentive. One, the knife on the hilt is actually, looks like there's an Avenger symbol on it. You're not certain if it was carved or if somebody painted it, maybe an older kid. But that's what's on it. And maybe he thinks that's somehow going to help him. But it's definitely off the rails when he pulls out the plastic Thor's hammer. The toy one, right?
Yeah.
And you'll see him try to figure out if the batteries work on, and you realize the kid's not old enough to know the line between fantasy and fake. And then it'll dawn on you further with the level of success you got. It's not his fault. The monsters that weren't real, that his family promised him don't come out of the dark, just came out of the dark. And he now thinks he's going to go back in and maybe save his mom, save his sister, or do whatever. But he doesn't know how he's doing that yet, although he's going to try to figure it out. You know the end result of this already. You can deal with him right here, right now, or do something else entirely different.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of deal with him. I'm going to come up behind him silently and I am going to feed from him, not to slake my hunger, but just to put him to sleep. I'm then going to elaborate further, I'm then going to take him with his Thor's hammer and put him in the same room with his sister and like lock the door.
It's simply as you say. You walk up behind him because he can't hear you,
Mm-hmm.
and you realize what else he's rummaging in there. He has Twinkies. That's what he might have taken out the house, or he stores out here, right? He has a bottle of water that's half drunk, and apparently he thinks that's enough. And there's one pack to the left, and he just gets done separating it to the right. And it dawns on you he's going back for a sister.
Mm-hmm.
That's apparently what he plans on doing.
Yeah, I figured.
And at that point, you just pin him to the ground from behind. His little kicks and his squeal don't matter as your fangs insert into him, and he indeed will pass out in probably one of the biggest nightmares he'll ever have. He does wet himself in the process, as that's what happens when shock hits a child. And so it's a reaction. They can't fight it. They can't run. That's that.
Mm-hmm.
And you pick him up and you take him back into the house, supporting him. For you guys, you're there, and at this point in time, and it does take the entire length this is for you to fully exsanguinate a human being. It takes some time when you're not rushed. And you set her down. Ooh, she was good. She was real good. A bit different though than you're used to. The energy level is just you feel more assured. It's odd to say it. Like you swallowed and choked down confidence from her. Like that was a little strong filly. Kind of had an idea who she was in the world. You think? I mean, you could taste it. Maybe that was just responsibility. I can't even place it. Whatever. But you even catch yourself tidying up a little bit. When you set her down, you're like, oh, a little blood got. Let me lick that a little bit, lick the wound there, finger lick the blood that hit the counter, got that done. You kind of arrange her on top of the table, and you're like, there you go. Because you see your buddy's dustpan cleaning up. And it's kind of uncharacteristic for you to even see that, Surrogate. You know what sort of blood she had, but apparently, choosy moms choose Jeff, right? Is an odd thing to quote, but he seems tidy enough. Tom, you're not certain what's going on, but when you see that the door opens again and Ramsey walks by holding an unconscious kid, it seems that he fed. And Parker looks a little better than he did earlier. You definitely fed. Looks like a job well done.
Tom will look at everybody in the house and clap his hands together. Say, so, we all good? Everybody satiated?
Nah.
Why not, Warren?
Wasn't nothing left but kids.
There wasn't nothing left but blood, you mean?
Tomato, tomato. Apparently broken windows are a bigger concern.
My concern is you're hungry. I can't have you losing it out there.
I could eat. I'm not hungry.
Parker, that's him. You heard what he said.
And Tom will shrug his shoulders and just drop it. And then he'll go and lean against the wall and wait for Ramsey to come back from dropping off the young girl in the room.
And he does. As the surrogate's putting the last bit of the glass is there and runs the dishwasher with what the items that are there and has thrown away the screwdriver. He did go outside more to get the screwdriver, picked it up, and he put it in the bin on the inside. Probably the oddest thing you've seen. Why did he fish through to get the screw? Window's still broke, even though you clean up the glass. Whatever, man. And he puts it in and seems content. The gloves come off. Washing his hands is done. Ramsey comes back downstairs. Tom's leaning on the wall, and you guys are all together again.
Good old family dinner. Thank you so much, Surrogate, for providing this beautiful feast for our family to get back on our feet. Now, if you will, yeah.
No, you're fine. Continue. I'm sorry. I was just declaring action. Go ahead.
Now, if you will, I believe we have a meeting that we must attend tonight to clear our name with the sect. Is that not correct, surrogate?
He'll take a look at the time. Is there any time tonight to even accomplish this, or is this getting too close to?
It's been an hour that you guys have been here, and you got about 2 hours, and you'll even check, right? Smartphones do that.
Yep.
You have about 2 hours and 20 minutes before dawn. That's when the rays are there. The sky will lighten up probably an hour before that as a level of, well, we'll call it a discomfort. Should easily be in the sky at that point. So it's probably wise to get in and sleep somewhere.
Yep.
If not here. You're only a few blocks from the Haven, by the way.
Yeah, I was about to say. No, we'll start heading. Surrogate, as he moves and he's looking over everything, and he takes a look over at Linda, just kind of like moving his head around, moving her head around. He will go into the kitchen again, and he'll take out the food scissors, and he'll walk over to Linda, and he'll cut a lock of her hair off, and he'll tie it together, and he'll hand it over to Tom. He's like, when we meet the widows tomorrow, because we're not going to be able to make it tonight, considering the time that we have, one of our welcoming gifts are going to be this. We hunted together, and this is something you'll be able to present to them. We did this together, and I want them to know this. And he'll hand her the lock of hair. And probably this. He'll go and take her ring as well and be like, she's not going to need this anymore.
Tom will take the hair in his hands and the ring, and he'll just kind of play with them a little in his hand before putting them in his pocket. He'll be like, well, you say so.
He'll also take a look. He's like, Linda has to pack for a trip that she's not going to come back from. Apparently, Greg is not a good enough husband, and her kids are just a burden to her. I'll go make sure that she's packed up correctly. And you'll just see him walk up the stairs. She also took the car with her, too. Keys should be over in the kitchen.
I'll get the SUV keys.
He's not wrong. They're hanging up on a nice hook, right? Hook says his and her car.
I'll even do him a solid. Since I get the SUV keys, I'll also go pick up Linda's dry corpse and put it in the back of the SUV.
Certainly. You certainly do. I guess he's you're not super strong, but you're strong enough to carry there's a lot less blood in her. Fluid in her up over your shoulder and take her outside and toss her in the back.
As I was mentioning surrogate, I'd rather Bob. The surrogate's just gonna pretty much go through packing her up for a trip.
And you do so as you're upstairs packing for her, thinking about it. She's gonna need a suitcase. She's gonna need. It depends how meticulous you're gonna do and be here. You're gonna be like as meticulous as the surrogate would, which means it needs to look realistic, or are you just gonna rifle through and throw it in?
He's gonna be meticulous. His serial killer nature has already done this once before. Twice, 3 times, 4 times.
We're not rolling for that as you're going through to do it. Ramsey's prepping the car upstairs. Tom, it's about give or take 25, 30 minutes since he went up there, and he's still not down. And to help you out, when I say meticulous, just to help you out, DJ, one of the most important things that people do when prepping to make it seem that someone leaves is to make it look like someone was ready to leave. She didn't master clean the bedroom. Any self-respecting significant other, couple or not, understand that they don't want to come back to a dirty house. That's the whole thing. And so you got to bust out the vacuum. You got to start, getting that little bits up. And, they don't have a pet or anything, but still they're kids. There's little socks everywhere. Naturally, they have it at least in the laundry room ready to run it when they get back, things like that. And you're kind of going to and fro. That bedroom and whatnot as you're preparing every detail you imagine she would. Pretty eerily accurate as well. However, when you guys hear the vacuum kick on, that's up to you. Ramsey, you got the body in, and that's no big deal. You're inside waiting, and you hear this vacuum on as well. What none of you are waiting for, as you're chilling, is the fact that Ramsey is going to hear what sounds like gravel being disturbed outside.
You'll see. Yeah, I'll my head will flit to wherever that is sounding. Like if I hear it, even if I'm looking through a wall or a window, and I'm going to What I'm gonna actually try to do is I'm gonna try to sneak upstairs to that balcony. Is that balcony facing like that direction, or is it face backyard?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I want to try to look at that balcony and see what is out there.
When you get out to the balcony, what you're looking at is and this is odd in of itself. It looks like a moving truck, right? It says two guys in a truck on the side of it.
Yeah.
It rolls up there. You're not really certain why or who, but what's anything but two guys in that truck. This guy who's in SWAT gear without the labeling of SWAT on it is who's in the driver's seat, and you'll see him on a radio and whatnot, and you're straining to hear, and it alarms you that him inside that cab, you should be able to hear inside that cab. You don't hear a damn thing.
Okay, I am running back inside. I'm unplugging that fucking vacuum. We're burned. We have to leave now.
What?
Seconds here. We have to go. And I'm going to lead them out through the back because there was like that wooded area, and I'm going to try to lead them through the woods.
All right. Thing I'm going to tell you, you're going to lead them through the woods because you can't go back to the other spot, or you need somewhere to hunt from the day.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you need to do. Is this the choice? It's a mad dash through the woods, which you're right. They'll have to try to keep up. Most likely you'll lose them in the woods, but then you got to find a place to sleep.
Yeah.
That's risk one. The other one is that you bring them right to the door of a pack, and most likely is already down for the nap.
Oh yeah, that's why I'm not bringing them. I'm not leading us back to that haven.
It is what it is, as they say.
Uh-huh.
What's everybody doing? Ramsey runs upstairs. You hear him say that, or at least he tells it to the surrogate. I'm assuming you're now going downstairs. Fuck, making it look like she's gone.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. If Ramsey comes in talking about we're burned, I'm pausing long enough to pluck a butcher knife from the kitchen as I sprint behind him, wasting no time.
Sure.
I was gonna take a kitchen knife myself.
Well, it's not like we're shopping, folks,
Mhm.
right?
No.
Just we have a butcher knife, so Mike has the biggest one. And what, you're taking a sharpener and one that maybe pries open clams as you yank that out of the block too. As you and that's it. And you guys are heading out the back running. This is not silent work at a point. We're just running as it goes. You're not certain what's what, except that you see the lights turn on, and this is the frightening aspect of the group you're dealing with. The helicopter overhead is what you weren't prepared for. When you start running out the back, you immediately you can hear it at this point because when their lights kick on and it hits the back where they're going apparently towards movement, that's all you can see is this light overhead. And now you can notice the telltale signs of the wind as it's too close to the ground.
Mm-hmm.
As they don't shout anything, why would they? Right? But you know that that's not just one car that was out there. You heard that on the gravel road, and that's the one mistake they made, hopefully never to be repeated again for the next suckers that try to ambush. But as you guys are running out and you can see to the back end of what that is, that's one van there. It's another 4 cars that came up with them. Because there were no cars out there parked, and these cars look normal.
Mm-hmm.
Right? These aren't unmarked, whatever. They have license plates. One's red, one's green. This other one was a family ride. This one looks like it might be Elon Musk's pride and joy that's there to fit the neighborhood. It's eerie how camo that looks. However, when you guys start running and taking off, they're almost forming a cavalcade to get going. And they split up. You'll see they go in opposite directions, kind of gridding the field, which is what you expect anyway, as you guys are sprinting. The idea of terrain is you run from the house, which is a subdivision, right? It's just that until you hit the highway. But then the highway right across from the subdivision is where it is woods, like you thought, like you could see. And it's a massive forest preserve that you're actually running out onto. But they must have already known that was a possibility because that's what the helicopter's for.
Mm-hmm.
As you guys are running through and you get to the copse of I say cops, but it's more like the forest begins. As you'll hit the tree line, you've ran about half a mile before you get there, and you've plunged right in. The cars are not speeding up to off-road it dramatically to get to where you're at. It's either they have time or the helicopter is doing something vastly different. What are you guys doing? You have time to talk where you're at. No one's deployed and ran at you. No one's landed from the outside, but you know the chase is on. You also know you have about an hour and a half. The sky is getting very, light.
Mm-hmm.
It's coming.
I had such high hopes for that family. They were almost perfect. I nearly had them where I needed to. Such a shame. Ugh.
Is there any water around here? Deep water?
River.
Oh, are you asking him in character?
Yeah. I mean, that's assuming Warren would know. If Warren would know, then I don't need to ask that question.
Or wouldn't know. You know, it's a forest preserve. You know, it has water somewhere on it. You imagine. To help you out, this area, in the fact that there's forests all throughout here, they've drained a lot of water. This is swampy area, is what it once was, all throughout the suburbs here. The simple thing is they turn into subdivisions, condos, and all that. And this is no different of an area, except the fact that there might be stagnant enough water that you could seep into. It might be enough for the light. However, you have enough survival to know, Ramsey, why isn't the light going to work? And you should remember from the hospital incident.
Why isn't the light going to work, or why isn't the mud going to work? Yeah, I had to shove myself inside like an actual drainage ditch and like cover myself with cloth. Like, mud is not going to work. We would need to like jump into a drainage ditch, like a drainage tunnel, is what we'd need in that situation. Which, honestly, if there's a body of water, well, drainage tunnel will be near that, but not every body of water will have one.
So at this point, and I'm trying to ascertain here just to make this more defined, so we get more action out of this than just stammering through. Some of you are equipped to be out here and have a say as to what you're doing. Some of you are not whatsoever, right? We can do that method where I can just tell you these are the people that should be speaking up right now because it's a moment-to-moment type thing. Or we can leave it free for it, where everybody's going to have a comment and all sorts of ideas are coming. And I leave it up to you. How do you guys want to run through this?
Let's keep it tight. People who know stuff.
All right. Ramsey's definitely one, and the other one is going to be. That's kind of ironic. Surrogate. Now, two very different approaches here. Surrogate, the idea would be to overcome a ranger station, or to find like a bathroom that's out here standing. It's a smellier aspect, but staying in eyeball deep in human waste is a lot better than burning in the sun. It's definitely hidden from light. Most of that is. But that's the first thought that comes in the head. Nobody ever checks those places either. Unless you get a few campers who come walking in and, well, it'll suck to be them. It's daylight. The roaches check in, but don't check out. Come to mind if you do it right. They also should have a service closet there. You've had to use one in a pinch, and not like you guys are worried about breaking a law. You're only worried then is some ranger. And you might get lucky, you might not. That's one safe area if you're near one. The other half is, what you got going on, Ramsey, is that the terrain, given what's out here, you by no means have mastered what is all available and accessible. There is a bridge, multiple, that you can tell on the map that you recall bringing up before. I got an account. That's what you spent XP in. And what that map shows is there's a nice hiking trail. It's about exactly 3 miles that you have to cover to get to it. Once there, that sits separating between two almost lake-size bodies of water, depending on how deep they are if you wanted to go that route. But you could definitely get under the bridge. Now, provided you could stop yourself from drifting or anything messing with you underwater, there shouldn't be a current. You should be good. And you might be able to do that. It's still risky. It is not. You ever play The Floor Is Not Lava?
Yeah.
Imagine you're sleeping on 2 planks of wood and you're prone to rolling around and you're dead tired and you know you're going to pass out soon. Right? Or, easier math probably, it's the Himalayas and you're stuck on a cliff and you have 4 feet of space and you got to sleep in order for you to continue the climb, or you're going to die of exposure and you're going to pass out soon. I wonder, how tightly do you wish you would have tied that rope around you when you passed out? That's the exact thing you have to face dealing with this.
There are 2 lakes 3 miles that way up a hiking trail. There's a bridge that will offer cover, but we will have to anchor ourselves.
On what? With what?
Whatever we have, whatever we can. But it's what we have.
I mean, alternatively, there's also a couple of stops, bathrooms, service closets we might be able to use. Worst case scenario, people pop in there. They ain't gonna pop back out.
Let me shortchange you, Tom. I love the way you build your character here. Maybe not in this scenario to help out with what they're saying, what you need to deal with it, but definitely with the background you got. But we're going to point out your guy has a thing or two of knowing what it's like to be chased. It's not unusual. Someone of your caliber, in particular your path, they would explain about the burning times and what that was like. You would have to be explained why it's so important, and you test people the way you're supposed to. A bit of path knowledge when it comes to this. And what you know is that they're going to think like you do. They're going to try. If you're being chased, and he said hunters, if they are, what he says there are, both scenario are bleak. They're not going to give up because they can't find you. They're going to guess where you hid. Now, you know why they wouldn't? If somehow that helicopter were to be smashed to the ground, or you met whatever group head on that comes into this woods, and you gave them something else to hunt, they have to be hurt so bad that following you is a moot point. You know that, Tom. That's exactly how you get someone to stop chasing the rest of you. And that person has to accept the fact that it's going to be them or it's going to be the pack, and that's that. But you need that opening. Otherwise, they're going to let you go where you go, and if that helicopter's any proof, they're just going to follow you where you go and wait till they got the dawn on their side.
Can I see the helicopter?
Yeah.
If I look up?
You can. You know it's there because of the bright light that's, boom, right down over you.
Hey, I don't know if this is ridiculous, but you're going to need to hear me out and let me know if this is stupid.
Mm-hmm.
So my idea is I would like to use the arms of airmen in the helicopter just to fuck with the yoke, just to push it from like a shadow inside the helicopter and just push down on the steering thing. Nothing like serious, but literally just slam it so that they have to fucking try to crash the helicopter.
There's a lot going on here, right? Sight is a factor, and so you have to generate the ability to do that. A shadow that you can see to be able to obviously deal with them. Now, that externally can happen. You got night on the outside of what that light is bringing. That's something you definitely can have up. But you also know what a shadow can do and can't do. And why? You're a master of what you're governing. At least that's my opinion. What you have and what you learn is what you know what it can do. Limitations and all. The limitation is they are not that strong.
No.
They don't have the power to necessarily override whatever they touch, right? And it's not that they're weak. It's just we're talking a person in a helicopter hanging onto a steering wheel with leverage, pulling, whatever. There's a lot of factors. And that's assuming that's what it is. It could be some other way to handle it or what have you. By no means am I saying don't try it, but it seems then that you've made up your mind on who's going to stay behind and try to save this pack.
So, yeah, I mean, that's definitely my goal. Like, I like looking up at the night sky, like, like Tom's like looks back at the rest of the pack and be like, you boys go on. I think I can handle this helicopter. Meet up with y'all.
Wait, why?
Well, I am Euductus, and I've got to take responsibility at some point.
Tom, we got like an hour, man. You're not going to make it.
Dude,
Oh,
is this the police station hallway all over again?
no.
You're going to need help.
We don't have time for this conversation. A decision needs to be made, and the Ductus gave an order.
I have no intention on this being my final death, boys.
Priest,
Fine.
where are we going?
The water. I think it'll be better if we anchor ourselves underneath. If they're smart enough to bring a helicopter, chances are they're going to check every known location. They probably wouldn't check in the water itself.
I agree.
So, Ramsey takes off running, I'm assuming, by what that is.
Mm-hmm.
Warren, are you following suit or are you staying back with Tom? What are you going to do?
I'm going to keep pace with Ramsey. I mean, that's what we're doing.
So as the pack runs to take off and you're left with this, and there's this helicopter, there's a freakish point where you see, Tom, that the helicopter doesn't chase them. You're down there, you're looking up, And it's like you have a moment with God, right? You know it's coming. He knows it's going to happen. It's inevitable. And this face off is going to be a thing, right? Why I call it a moment of God? It's that moment of absolution, right? That moment of, it's not absolution, but absolute. That it's going to be you or it's going to be them. And even they know it. And what you see is that the helicopter just maintains its orbit right where it is, hovering or what have you. That's not the problem. The problem is when you see the flashlights turn on. Now, this is well after 5 minutes of them taking off at a run, and you're there. But you see what appears to be 2 teams, it has to be, 5 apiece. And they're and at a great distance, they're slowly making their way towards where you're at. It's like you were caught by the LAPD, right? And you're Denzel, and it's training day, right? Imagine that. But they caught you with the bag of money. And imagine they had a helicopter overhead, and they're looking at you, and they're a distance away because you're a dangerous man. And they're now coming in to get the bad guy. There you are. Now, the disadvantage here is that, yes, you can see at night, but light really does serve to blind what is coming towards you. And you're not certain what they're using. At this point, though, you could start off the party right by whatever you choose to do. And that is, we can play fishing with shadows in the helicopter, or it's, I got a ground crew that's right here. What do I want to do?
So like, just for my perspective, like how close is the ground crew that's coming at
The ground crew is about, I'd say, a quarter mile.
All right. I'd like to rouse and try and use Shadow's perspective on the inside of the helicopter, so it's not as fishing, so that I have like inside eyes on it.
Give me a rouse.
Oh, did insanguinating the woman bring my hunger to 0?
Yes, it did.
Okay.
Got
Sweet.
all the exsanguination.
So, what we do is we're checking out the loveliness of intent here. Is it's like you get all the time in the world to mess around with it anyway, right? They're there. You extend your senses to the shadow itself, and this comes into view. The view in and of itself is that there's a single cockpit, and there are 2 pilots. There's one on the left who has the stick, and she's doing well, keeping it hovering, whatnot. The second one also has a some sort of flight stick. You don't really know, but hanging on to it, there's a lot of talk like, yeah, we have them marked. We have 4 runners, blank bodies on the move. They're heading north by northwest. Over. You'll hear that's a 10-4. We copy. We're coming up upon one in the woods. This is a blank body confirmed. We have scanned, is what you hear. And then you hear a follow-up. Says, did we take him here? Negative. Dawn comes. Nobody continue. And you'll notice that these people are not making a push. They're still zoned, like they're going around the perimeter, around where you're at. But you can quickly tell that from your view up in the helicopter where they're holding, and these people are spreading out, they have no intention of moving on you until, well, apparently dawn. And that's where it is. Now, it'll switch because you're still paying attention. They'll say 4 blank bodies are running to the forest preserve, going deeper. Do we have intel on what's in the forest preserve? Have that 10-4 forest preserve campgrounds. Could be running out. They're closed now. They'll have to break in. If they do, we'll know. The other aspect is there are 2 places that they could duck in to dodge daylight that are standalone stations for people using the bathroom and taking showers. Both stations are closed down for this time of year because they're not rented. However, there are 2 rather large, sizable bodies of water. It's unknown what the terrain is underwater. It does have a bridge. And from that perspective, you don't feel comfortable that this is going to go easy any way you look at it. And it's up to you what you choose to do from this point.
Right. There's 2 in the helicopter?
Mm-hmm.
Pilot, co-pilot? Okay. Mm-hmm. So now that with my senses, do I have a better idea of like the shadow situation in there now? Like,
so you're outside, right? Like when I talk about shadows as seen in a helicopter, if you have a bright light over something, you could barely see the silhouette outline behind it of the helicopter. You're using that to give you perspective of what's inside. That's it. It's a helicopter cockpit. It's not like you're in a plane. What you see is what you get. It's those two are in that cockpit. That's it. There might be something more in the back, but to be honest, from where you're looking, you're only going to get that shot of the cockpit, and it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant because you're looking at them. They're at the controls. That's what's there. There's a windows. It's a helicopter.
All right. I would like to rouse once again to use the arms this time.
Mm-hmm.
So let me give you that rouse check. Cool. And I'd like to split the pool to make 2 arms instead of just 1.
So, in the terms of splitting the pool to make 2 arms, well, I'll let you do, right? Let's see. Think about that. Are you looking to have like a strong usage of what you summon, or are you just looking to cover as much as possible?
My idea is I'd like to have the 2 tentacles basically wrap around them and fucking freak. It's more so like I'm trying to make them lose their shit. Like, even if they're not that strong, like a tentacle wrapping around their throat, I think it's going to fuck with them for a little, at least.
Sure. We're wits plus oblivion, but not that strong in relation to downing a helicopter. I said nothing about mortals.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Just wits oblivion. And if you're splitting it, that's...
Oh, yeah, it would be... Well, so I guess only 1 arm when you can go through. Roll it again, you said?
Yeah, because you're splitting it, right? That's what you wanted to do.
Correct.
So you understand what okay, so what it's saying when you're splitting the dice pool, right? You're literally...
Oh, my bad. Yeah.
Doesn't mean you're splitting it in half.
So
right.
1 would be a 2 and 1 would be a 3 roll, right?
Got it.
Okay, let me redo that.
Or if you decided you're trying to do 4 and a die and a die and a die and a die and a die, right? You could do that too.
Yo, let's just do 4. Let's go. Let's just do...
Wait, don't you have 5 dice in your pool?
Yeah, let's just do 5. Let's just do 5 arms.
Sure. Roll 1 dice 5 times.
All right, sounds good. Let's do this.
There's 1.
Damn it.
Damn.
You do get to stretch the limits of your power here. As I'd probably say it's a pretty young Lasombra thing to do. Cocksure, as you're like, yes, the shadows are mine to command, and you go to summon a fleet of them, and you feel the long stretch of Vitae and the distance you're covering, as there's only so much you can do, even where you're at, but it's enough as you focus and have that one appendage lash out, and it was to the pilot, correct?
Correct.
No.
Yeah.
I think this is no big deal, right? It's pilot, it's in like flying. However, it is very much a big deal. So what you're going to do is you're what's oblivion here, and it's not split, right? Because it is a tendril. You're going to add half of your potence rating, but that's as a damage bonus. So roll those dice first. Let's see exactly what we do to these poor people. Your potency is 2, correct?
Yep. Yep.
What happens is she absolutely grabs her neck and begins choking as something also strangling her gives way. It's like her throat's about to burst you, what it looks like from the shadow. However, that other lady jumps over and grabs it. Like the helicopter does start to do a half spin, getting out of control, and it does definitely seem that that's what she's there to do. What she does is hits a button on the dashboard, and you don't even know what the hell it is. But you know she does that as control is given over to her, and she doesn't know what to do with this. Like this, you could tell she's terrified as they go pulling the control of the helicopter. As you can see it leaving, it's taking off. She's yelling "Mayday, Mayday," the whole 9, and that's that. This does not cause that group to disperse at all. What you do see is that when the light leaves there, they shut off their lights where they're at.
Okay. Is my arm still? Oh, my thing died. Is my arm still active in the
You got a choice. You're either going to maintain control on the arms, which is all you can think to do if you're doing that, or you can let go of it, seeing as you did what you intended. And, at least they have to go figure out what the fuck that was. Or you're going to turn around and deal with them and let control
sorry,
go.
my headphones just died. I have to switch.
So we'll reverse this. Long story short, in order for you, can you hear us right now?
He can't. He's trying to get his headphones sorted again.
Give him a second. Get back to him on that. You guys running over to the bridge. You're going to get there. There's nothing to stop you from getting there. Here, unfortunately, for a lot of you, it comes down to how good that Ramsey can say down below there is going to be for what you have going on. It is a simple bridge of concrete and metal that they put on the sides. That's probably where a bunch of walkers and runners come through the forest preserve and just go over. There's nice spider webbing that you can see on it. That's still there. It's old, but then the water down below seems lively enough. Definitely seems deep enough. You can't see the bottom from where you're at. So there's at least that. But you do see something interesting. There's a fish hatchery sign posted of the types of fish that could be found in the water, and that they obey some sort of fishing license limit when it's season to do it, which gives you hope, at least, if there's fish and they're trying to build a lot of them, they must have an ecosystem of sizable nature to let everybody come here and do what they're going to do fish-wise.
All right, I can hear again. I'm sorry about that.
No worries. We'll come back to that in a second.
Yeah, I'm trying to find a thing that I could use to weigh us down so we stay at the bottom.
Well, you got options at this moment. Being this far in right now and looking back, first off, you could see the helicopter from that distance where you're at. It would be a light in the sky. You should be able to see that from for a good at least 2-3 miles. When you look, you see it veer off.
Good.
That happens first and foremost. You can't see it anymore. Here. No one's running after you, but neither does your ductus come running up, at least at the moment where it is. So that's sort of a little delayed time. No, you didn't teleport the full 3 miles to get here. I'm letting you know that's where it's going to be at as you guys get here, running and looking back, which is a natural thing to do to see how well he's doing. You'll see that helicopter veer off about mile 1 as you complete that to check it out.
Okay.
By the way, it's up to you. You do see signs pointing out the lake. You can stick to the plan. You can alter the plan.
I'm sticking with the plan right now. I don't see a reason to really change it. Like, helicopter going away is still good, but I don't see.
You got it?
Yeah.
So weighing yourselves down, not hard. There are rocks you can see that are on the side that are designed to, honestly, to stop people from thinking they could just hop in this water and swim around. That's not what they want, because people probably throw whatever they want in here. That's probably one negative. The other one is they're trying to form some sort of livable habitat for whatever's in here. And that's what the signposting says anyway, what the trail signs that are down here said. So, yeah, you can go down there and unwedge some of those rocks and put those in your clothing and do that, except I'm going to add one better for you. Dead people float. You know why? Right? In fact, I'm going to give this to you. You were autopsied recently.
Yeah, I was cut open.
Right? One of the things they talk about was gas in the body and decomposition and all that other stuff. And you kind of know that, well, your vampires don't produce that. You should sink just fine. That's not what you're looking to avoid. What you're looking to avoid is some current moving you around. And that's a different thing. Like, you could try to tie each other to each other, provided you had some rope. We don't see any rope between y'all.
Yeah.
So at this point, it's just getting down there low enough and maybe putting a rock on your chest to feel better and sitting there. It's kind of a nervous way of thinking, but at least it should work for sunlight prevention.
Yeah, unless someone has like belts here that we could tie our wrists together. I don't see a way for us to stick together, but that would be preferable. I'll just get into the water.
You have to give me a reason that Brendan can come up with. That's why you have dice, right?
Okay,
That's why
that's fair. All right, so let me try this. How about this? Is there a survival roll that I could perhaps make that would help me in this situation?
Well, yeah, seeing as I was just about to ask you to do it.
I would assist.
Give me an intelligence survival roll. DJ helping gives you an extra die.
Yeah, the surrogate in the background will be like, actually, if you really do this instead, or that doesn't make sense.
Hey, willpower? Can I?
Oh,
Okay.
shit.
Willpower.
Oh, no.
That's a special time in Sprockets where we don't get to do that willpower, right? For those of you enjoying this right now in terms of the pack that's about to trust this slavering beast, he gets over to the water looking around, and you see him crouch down low, and he doesn't need to. Like, he was standing upright a few minutes ago just fine as you guys ran up to here looking around.
Mm-hmm.
But whether it's a helicopter gone or branch broke or maybe gangrel, just as the longer they're in the woods, the more the woods is in them. You see him get down all nice and low, and he hops to the bridge, like from the water line, right? It's a good 10-foot jump, and he leaps, grabs the ledge. Now, he could have walked atop the cross or go on the bridge itself, climbed over the rail, and just hung down, but he chose to leap like a cat would. And as he's hanging on to it and looking, you see him make his way underneath it, whole lot of handholds and hitting, just thunk, 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 thunk. He wedges himself up underneath it and sits up underneath it. You don't hear anything, but he doesn't tell you how to get there or why he's even choosing to be there, considering daylight is daylight is daylight. What the hell is under the bridge like that? Now, to let you know, the waterline to bridge is about maybe 8 foot. It's not a whole dramatic amount of feet, but it's some feet.
Well,
and he took care of him. That's the crappy part about this.
Son of a bitch.
Like, snarf, snarf, ah, cling, cling, cling. He's underneath.
if I do not know that I can replicate what I just saw, could I go to the bottom of the lake and bury myself?
If you know, so you told me if, and I need actions, right? Are you going to do what he did, or are you just going to jump in the water?
I'm gonna just jump in the water and try to bury myself at the bottom of the lake with the time that I have left and whatever supernatural speed and strength I can muster.
Surrogate will attempt to use survival to think of this group, right? the non-feral monkeys, and see if we could figure out how to go through with the plan, because apparently the person we entrusted with it just absconded on us.
Okay. So yeah, I was dealing with that. I apologize. So it will happen periodically. So Surrogate's going to follow suit.
Mm-hmm.
No,
Okay.
follow suit as in like he's gonna whatever the three of us could do right now outside of Ramsey is what he's planning for.
I got you. Okay, you're like literally going, okay, maybe we're going to do something different.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like can't do
Well,
that.
What we're going to do is you gave him some sound advice, and he didn't follow it and did his own thing. Or maybe he knew something you didn't. You can't really tell. So now we're going to give our survival roll a chance, right? You can roll your intelligence survival to see if you can find a way that does do the trick. Different in this scenario, but no dice bonus.
Is it possible for me to rouse to hopefully get my wits and or intelligence to grow?
Yes.
Wonderful. I will rouse them in an attempt to do so. Oh, well, I'm hungrier for it, but at least it's something. And so,
Beautiful. It is a matter of desperation where you're not relying on just Wood's knowledge. Now, hearing what best could be said is his quick snarl, diving at the bridge, clambering underneath it, and hiding where he's hiding. That helicopter veering gives you a sense of profound hope. And what that hope is that they either took what he said to heart or an idea creeps in your mind. Somebody, whether it's a jogger at night or whoever, is going to come to this park of this size, and they're going to try to be here, and they're going to think it's safe to be here. Now, it's a risk. Depends on how fast you can run, but you take off. You look at the bridge, and it's just not attainable where it is right now, and he sprints. He starts heading toward the far end where you guys can see that there's a gazebo on the other side of this, well, quote-unquote, man-made lake. and he's hauling ass that direction. For you, underneath the bridge in your mindset, you're safe. It's dark, it's fine, and you're used to it. The rustic water underneath and the bridge on top give you a sense of peace, Ramsey, just FYI.
Okay.
However, there are 3 bars your body is spared across, and if you had any blood flow or pain whatsoever you could feel for doing it, you would not be wedged underneath it. But once again, we're trying the ye old practice of Gangrel, survive by any means must, right? And the beast is doing what it does in this moment. It's up to you guys. You got the bridge, trust the clan that invented survival in the woods, or you're following Dr. Death as he sprints towards some random parking lot gazebo like the devil got a hold of his brain. Which is possible with the surrogate, I might add.
I don't know what he's doing. He didn't say what he's doing. I gotta trust the Gangrel.
I think the Lasombre in me would trust those murky waters.
You're gonna trust murky waters? Gotcha. So we're separating again, which is fine. You guys are jumping in the water to sink to the bottom, and that's your goal.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
We'll deal with that as it comes. We'll pause that there. Surrogate. You're going to get to the parking lot. It's going to take you even at your pace and your athleticism, which will shock them, but they'll need to see you at your best as that killer you are gets a hold of you. That excitement again is there. There indeed are 2 cars in the parking lot. You don't know what point these people might have arrived here just before the dawn, but there are diehard runners that show up at this place to do what you knew they must do. Place like this size, they got CrossFit cults all over the place, and this neighborhood does. And when you get there, you realize from looking at the car number 1 must have had 4 or 5 people that came in it. Why? There's bags that are back there, 2 or 3 gym bags. They got makeshift towels, no big deal. But what you see is there's a lot of like coffee, right? Just coffee black. There's 2 or 3 of them that are sitting back there. Probably lukewarm. You're not in it to see it. That's fine. But that's definitely more than you asked for. But there's another car. Maybe it's a couple. Maybe it's someone forgot the car. And you put your hand over the top of the hood to test it, and it's ice cold. It has not been here long. Or excuse me, it has been here long, excuse me. It has not just recently arrived. And it's just a matter of getting into it. Now, this is a waiting game. A person who comes to the park this early in the morning, pre-dawn, they're here to get quote-unquote gains, but they're not necessarily here to catch the dawn. They're here to work out, do what they got to do, and go home. Now, it's which car you want to watch and do something with, and that's the risk here. Or you're going to try to break into one, hide in general, and deal with what comes when it happens. Or take it and leave. Theft is always a choice if you feel you're capable.
Yeah, theft is the choice. Yeah.
All right. Well, we're going to get back to you in that drama as you formulate in your head right now as we do it. Based on what your character has on him, what's your method to go with this? So take that time. We're going to focus back on you, our dear hero Ductus, as you've decided, screw these guys. 2 hit squads, Second Inquisition, whatever. It's all hype. What do they know? Right? Well, we'll see. And regardless, when those lights go out and you're just standing there and you realize that you either have to let go of the tendrils and that's the control of the helicopter and, whatever, or be blind and vulnerable for when they get here, as you really can't focus on both places as that goes on. What do you want to do?
So I think Tom's accomplished his goal, not to the fullest extent, but he's managed to get the helicopter to leave. Right. With the helicopter dipping, he's going to drop his control of it. And he wants to he wants to use his eyes basically to see in the dark now that the lights are gone. Because by Tom's perspective, that's what he wants. They're in his killing ground now. Like, he can see. So they can't, at least as far as he knows.
All right. Well, it's up to you what you want to do with, yes, you can see. But what is your choice here? We can either see because you're going to go hunt them now or go at them, or you're going to wait. What would you like to do here?
At this point, with just creating that mystery in the air, I'd like to leave. I'd like to start trying to leave, and misdirect them away from the pack, basically.
What's odd to you, Tom, is that when you're looking around and to leave, you will see a figure by you. as you're looking in the dark. It's odd to you that this person has what appears to be a fifth of whiskey, like old school, like rum runner back in the day whiskey, and a bottle, no brown bag, and is just sipping it. Dirty, rotten hair. You can almost smell the fetid gunshot wound he has in the middle of his head. Someone carved a pentagram in his forehead, the poor bastard. It looks like not too long ago, in fact. And what's there is this greenish fluid that's just dripping down the sides that he's ignoring, that's going in his eyeball and the whole nine. He himself is dressed like a homeless man. The Caucasian overgrowth of beard, just let it grow down. It's not even stylish as much as matted. And has old boots. Looks like he has what looks a tent, maybe. He converted or sewn or cut up to fit around him. Like he belongs out here, and you didn't see him the whole time he was by you. He's like maybe 8 feet away from you. And he's got a grin on his face as you just see him just chug that drink, but you see the drink pour out of a gash that's in the side of his throat, letting you know that this dude is a messed up dead person of the Nosferatu variety, maybe, or whatever the hell this is. How is he standing out here? And how didn't you notice him before?
I'm assuming that I didn't see him up until I activated my eyes.
Yeah, but you really couldn't see in the dark either up until this point.
Well, I don't have time to stay in chat, unfortunately. It's a lot. Tom will look at him and he'll just say, like, ain't got time to chat. Gotta get moving.
He'll cock his head to the side, shaking his head. He'll take another swig. You'll see him wipe his mouth with the back of his hand. And he says something. Can't hear him. Now you know something's up. He spoke. You should have heard something. Whether he cleared his voice or whatever, and you know he's not here. Right? He's here, but he can't be solid. There's no freaking way. Right? I do mean that. And then it takes you a moment to see to feel the breeze of the night, the movement and whatnot. And the fact that you're in the woods, it is him who approaches towards you a little quicker, because he looks like he's yelling at this point. Like you're watching a fight happen, right? Mm-hmm. You're watching Mayweather fight that punk internet kid or whatever. And as they're going back and forth, you wonder why Mayweather doesn't use the skill. How do you have a 50-0 record and it's not working? And you must have bet money that he knocked him out in a second or whatever it was. And it looks like the dude's just yelling like, come on, and gesturing, towards the groups that are out there. But you watch him walk right through what appears to be a small bush that's on the ground. And he doesn't disturb it at all, which lets you know this is indeed the dead guy, some dead guy spirit that's out here. And he did not go down easy. Someone tortured him. Someone shot him in the head and then gouged his throat out.
Oh, fuck. And he's just leaving, right? He's just like going through a bush now.
No, he's walking towards you. Like you should be doing something in the film he's watching, and because you're not doing what he wants you to do, he's mad. I.e., he probably doesn't know you can see him. He could have been yelling at you guys the entire time. You didn't see him until now.
Tom's gonna real quick, like as he's yelling, he's gonna like whistle, like lightly, like whistle at him and like snap his fingers and be like, "Hey, on me."
He'll kind of look at you a second, and you'll see him mouth, like you can tell, like he's just like, yeah.
And then Tom's like, he's not going to say anything out loud, but he's going to say, like, mouth out, "I can see you," like very clearly.
Okay. Hey, do me a favor, roll your willpower.
I still have, I don't think have I gotten any willpower back since last time.
Your willpower rating is going to matter.
Oh, gotcha.
That's what this is. We're not blowing willpower, but you got to roll it. Every game session, you also gain back at least one sustain, or the lesser of your resolve or composure. I didn't walk you through that, but that you guys should have got that as well. You should have some. It's ironic to you is whatever you gestured, whatever you did, whatever's going on. For you, Bernogle, it's going to be, I want you to imagine that you have to watch yourself do something because that's exactly what it feels at this moment. As you're like, yeah, blah, 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 communicating. He's like, really? You're like, yeah. He rushes towards you. You feel cold hands like grip your throat and then transition to your shoulders. And then as he stretches his arms out and you like reach your hands up to like throw it off of you to feel that you're doing that, you realize that you don't have that resistance anymore. As you're now watching you check your own limbs out and wondering why, you're running away. Right there, you're wherever you're at, and it's just you're just watching yourself take off. And it's not a direction you understand to go. It's not when you're saying to go, but you're just running. We'll deal with that in a second. So too it is. I gave you your moment, surrogate. What would you like to do? Faced with the cars, the situation.
Faced with the cars and the situations, and actually taking a look at my skill set here, it actually will have to end up being that he will wait it out. He'll have to wait it out until you get someone who's coming back to their vehicle.
Okay. You're waiting at the, what you'll do is you'll go to where the gazebo is, where it would have a place for a family to sit. And you don't want to be obvious of being out in the open. And you see where they have the grill for public use, right? It's a pole in the ground and a grill where you would pile it all in, light it up, and do your thing. And you decide you don't want to be that obvious. You don't want to be the weird guy sitting out here waiting for folks to get back. You do one better. There is a dumpster that's further up the lot on the blacktop, like right when you turn in and come to this area, and you just go and hang out there. It obscures view. No one, unless you're throwing out trash, is going to think to go even look there. And it's weird. You were human once. You know that humans like to know trash is trash. Nobody likes to look at it, just where you get rid of it. And so it's sort of hiding in plain sight to be near it. And that's where you sit. So too, it will be odd at about 35 minutes later, to give or take. You're going to watch as this small, nondescript guy has got jogging pants on, the nice jogging suit, has the latest iPhone earbuds in, and some sort of device, really small, square. You have no really idea of the Apple world for that, other than you've seen those before, like some type of Walkman. And what's weird to you is that he's dragging a person, is what you see. This young woman couldn't have been older than 19, 20, maybe. And you would first think something might be wrong. And when you're about to walk out, probably with an idea of how to approach it, you see him get under her arms and then squat easily, lifting her up to jostle her over his shoulders. And you know what he was doing. By him dragging it, if anyone was in the lot, they would have came rushing out to help him with this clearly hurt person that he couldn't possibly lift. And when he looked around and didn't see anybody, he then picked her up to quickly begin walking towards that car that was cooled off. Now that you're looking at it, it's a 4-door sedan, no big deal, right? Nondescript enough. But you're watching somebody in their MO, and this feels very uncomfortable. This would be the same as if somebody was watching the surrogate do his thing when he thought nobody was looking. And this guy's good. He only walks across the blacktop or the trail. He doesn't make his own path, although it would have been shorter to do so. To get to where he's at, maybe he knows a thing about what evidence you're leaving behind. And you're quickly thinking, nah, maybe this guy is like playing some sort of joke and this is some sort of kink, until you see him get up to the car and lays her down along the vehicle itself and then delivers 2 sharp blows to the side of her head. They're quick. Either he thought she was waking up, or she must have given him some sign it might have happened, or he's being very thorough. She wakes up, she's at least going to be dazed, if not half unconscious, and then awake. And you see him pull out his keys, and he looks around again. At this point, I need a wit stuff. Let's see how good you are quickly ducking out of the way. Or you want him to see you.
I do not want him to see me, because right now while this is curious and interesting, I have a dawn approaching, and I need to move quick.
Well, that's why I'm saying it. When I
Yeah.
say quick, that group isn't back yet. That's number one. And you think you maybe know why the group isn't going to be back anytime soon,
Yeah.
right? If they're down one in that group, you know they're going to look for their friend, wherever this friend may have been. And after all, they got some forest preserve to cover to look for it. Where did this guy get her? It's like a story unto its own.
Right.
But he's been here a lot longer than they were when they pulled up in a vehicle.
I am curious. I'll move up and I'll be like, "Hey, buddy, what's going on?"
When you approach and you're not hiding, right? You
Yeah.
see by the dumpster, you're like, well, hey man, what's going on? He'll stop and you'll see him duck down for a minute. And when he stands up, you won't miss it that something goes behind his back. He goes, hey buddy, we're good. He's all smiles. It's $1 million smile. You get this. This is a killer's grin. His teeth are bared, in a manner of speaking.
He will be like, "Hey, my car broke down just a couple of miles down the road. You wouldn't mind
Yeah, call
helping
the
me?"
tow truck, pal. Yeah, right? We're good. We're all good.
No, you're gonna drive me, and he'll mesmerize him.
So that's what he's not prepared for, right? As you get within range, you're like, you're going to drive me. And it hits him in the head. And you'll see him shake for a moment. And he's like, yeah, sure, hop in. He'll unlock the door. And he has a gun, is what you're going to notice. He comes to the other side. And he opens the door for you, which is an odd twist of that, as you climb in. And in a haze, he'll go back to the driver's side and he'll climb on in and shut the door, even leaving the girl outside of the car.
Right.
He's like, where to? He looks
Do I have enough time?
He looks sleepy. He asks you where to.
And for me, as a player, do I have enough time to drive back to my pack and pick them up and just go like, "Hey, get in"?
It's a trail. It's trails to the woods. You have to run back to where they're at.
Jesus, no, yeah. Take me back to your place.
Yeah. He'll put the gun between his legs and back it up as if he's done it before. And then as he puts the car in motion, he'll shift it underneath his left leg to where he could still grab the handle. And you know this guy well. Folks don't know this, but there are certain people you look up to, especially in the type of hobby the surrogate's chosen. And to you, you do see it like a hobby. There's stuff you read about. And you know that all the greats have tips and tricks that they've let people record in the media and tell them they did. And one of, you remember the Night Stalker had one of those tales, talking about he used to drive around with a pistol underneath his leg and brag how many cops got to live, because they'd pull him over. And if he couldn't sweet talk him and talk his way out of the ticket, he bragged that he shot a cop in the face before. It was like one of the common things he said. And it's a big lie, right? Everyone knew it was a lie because there's no dead cop from where he said that he did it, and definitely would have matched an MO or put something to what he did, which made a lot of things be questionable that Richard Ramirez said. However, you do know that's an interesting idea to put in someone's skull, right? And so when you see this guy do it, you're putting two and two together. Looking around in the car as he's pulling away and driving out of here, you could see that, yeah, absolutely. In the backseat of the car, there's apparently some sort of rope that he had pre-duct taped out at certain intervals. Your assumption, tie her definitely, but the goal was to make it to where the rope didn't move on her either. For some very specific reason you quite can't puzzle out yet. Although with the dawn coming, like you said, you're not trying to put together someone's sicko psychoses, but you're driving away to a destination of a home. And as long as this home's not the city of Chicago, which is about a good smooth 35, 40 minutes away, just to get to the city limits before the baking starts of you being in the car, you're gonna be A-okay. We'll deal with that in a second.
Yeah.
Back to the ranch.
That's scary.
You're sprinting through the woods, and you're going to actually eventually come upon. This isn't anywhere that is a campground or not, whatnot. It's a thicker grouping of bushes and trees here for you, Tom. You bend down and start pulling out and debushing, de-weeding, whatever, all sorts of nonsense on the ground. There's some looks like plastic bottle or two that was tossed here that the forest preserve doesn't get to because it's that thick of where you walked off to until you start seeing there's a canopy down there. It's a blue canopy that looks like it might have been over the top of something. and you start pulling that up part of the way. And when you fully get it out, it's half buried, half unburied as you go underneath and start dragging out these papers. They're old, they smell horrible, musty. Definitely the elements have gotten to them more than a little bit. But one pile of them that he pulls out, he begins unwrapping them, and it's a small, tiny doll. This doll looks like it might have been handmade out of some cloth and what some girl might have had for a Barbie, because the head's the only plastic piece that's real, and the hair's there. And there's a profound sense of time spent as this person holds on to it, and you put it to your chest and begin hugging it. And you don't exactly know why you're hugging, and it doesn't exactly make sense to you. But for the moment, you'll feel at peace for about another uncomfortable, I'd say 15, 20 minutes, as long as this moment will be before you can move again. And you drop you drop it. You're like, the hell am I? Oh, thank God. As you're you again, but darting around left and right, you don't see anything of that thing. Except, for some reason that weird ass doll was important. And you're up here. You got this canopy half buried, worked for the doll, and you're in a thick grouping of trees and bushes. Like, it would take time to chop through to get through it, to get out of it. What would you like to do?
I mean, yeah, I have very little time now until the sun's coming out, so I'm going to try my best to use this canopy to fucking make something, hide myself like you would a dead body.
Okay. What we're going to do is take that survival and your intelligence. Well, it's wits, really. I'm going to give you a bonus of 2 dice because this is already half dug, so the setup's there. I have to make cat space. It's a rule. And let's just see how well we do this. Good enough. You feel very relieved. You half dig in and then pull the canopy up over you, squinch underneath, and that's a term I just made, squinch. This is when you half wiggle your body under, and exactly, you're pulling it down nice and tight. And you do the best effort you can. Taking twigs, strong ones that you're able to pull off under here, you stab them through the one metal hole in the canopy itself to remain hidden as you're just that. You're out and you're out. So that's the deal. Sorry, I was just bit. He wants to play is why. So we'll just let him do his thing. But you're safe enough to where at least you feel that you're definitely going to survive the dawn, if nothing else. And if they find you at this point, they deserve to find you. There is a part of you that's like that, right? All the evil you have can be surmised quickly to, you did your damnedest. I got possessed, ran through the woods, and hugged some doll. If you followed me and find me here, I deserve it. That's nothing.
I do everything I do to try and make a hero. So if one of them wants to be a hero, fuck it, I guess.
Back at the ranch, or as we say at the bridge, I need a solid awakening roll from 3 of you. It's next to impossible not to have it. There's some realities here we got to look into. One is you're definitely well enough where you're at covered, but this is not a restful sleep. How can it be, right? And that's what you're dealing with. And that's what originally the awakening roll is going to be. There's a sense of danger. How much danger is a matter of, well, what you're able to notice. You guys need to give me a... Go ahead.
We're rolling our humanity or path rating or whatever.
So what you're rolling right now, just curious to have to roll humanity. Difficulty is going to be, I'd say, right now it's a 3.
Okay. Just to clarify, I'm seeing level 6 humanity. Does that sound right to you, Bob?
No. You should be at 5.
Thank you. I thought that was wrong.
No worries.
Okay. Oh.
Oof.
Boom, boom. Okay. So 2 of you. Parker is sound asleep. Not enough of a disturbance. It's not that, for the moment, you're not doing much of anything. We'll put it that way. Meanwhile, for the other two, why you wake up underneath the bridge is because you hear the clacking of hardened boots that are going across the top.
Mm-hmm.
This isn't normally a sound you want to hear. So when you wake up and you're staring at it, you realize two things. One, there is a beam of sunlight that's going across your midsection. It's solidly covered with clothing, though. So that's the saving grace. So the light could sit there because that's where the cloth is, but none of it's touching your skin. But you do have a fear to it upon staring at it. Like, let's not move and make this a thing. You're under, I told you have these bars that go underneath, right? It's guiding bars for the bridge itself because its supported weight is bisected with other, what appear to be poles, some are boards, and definitely these long metallic poles thick that you would see instead of concrete for the road itself. It's all to reinforce the weight of the bridge. Still loud under here. And you're hanging where your arms are just hanging back, and you're letting gravity hold them there, which served to balance you, and your bent legs were doing the same thing over two of the poles that you have rigged underneath. Yeah, as long as nobody comes down and you don't fall, and we're talking you can't move one way or the other, you should be right as rain.
Mm-hmm.
That's not the issue. The issue is you can see along the water line, there's a guy with a pole, a really long one. And he has a skull cap on. There's no black paint on his face at all. But he does have the webbing. There is some tools that are hanging off of it that are honestly not important at the moment. Some sort of canister is what it looks like that maybe he could toss. We'll just put it that way.
Mm-hmm.
And a flashlight, a mag light at that is dangling from it. But this long pole is something you would use if you were searching the bottom of something. And he's slowly feeding it down, doing that. And that's why, Parker, your eyes shoot open. And that's also why your eyes shoot open, Warren. It is because, for Warren, you can't tell why, but it's the disturbance of water so close to you is why your eyes open up. Right? You're down at the bottom in the mud, and you let that thing kind of settle, and you felt comfortable with that, hanging on to your 2-3 rocks sizable enough to weigh you in. Parker, you look at that, and you're like, okay, well, it's easy for you to click on what they call the site. At least that's how I'm going to call it between Clan Lasombra initiates here. And as you're looking, it's a pole. It's a pole 3 feet from you. It's landed like to the side of you. It's gone down, tap, tap, tap. And you can either trust the fates and sit here and hope this guy doesn't hit you, snag you, do whatever. But you can also see that there's like a Coke bottle that's been filled with water that's sunk down here. There appears to be like a used condom wrapped around what looks like a rock with a half chiseled heart symbol with some initial on it, which is rather crude, but you can see that from where you're at. And then the sediment that's stuck to you is fine. And you're looking at the water, and the reason why the light doesn't get through, at least all the way down here, to be a massive problem. Looking at this pole, it's got to be well over 20 foot. I mean, if you could see the angle coming up, but the sky is like a blinding fire, is what it looks like to you freezing up. It's not something comfortable to keep staring at. But you're pretty certain, you can hear me still okay, you're pretty certain it's the murkiness of it, and that murkiness comes from not disturbing the water at the bottom, right? This all kind of has floaters that are in the water and whatnot going through and confirming what you were told. There must not be a strong enough current to keep everything kind of going through. But it's enough for fish to do their thing around the top and mind their business and maybe eat whatever lives down near the bottom that does suffer in the settlement. That's about it. Very precarious position. It's up to you what you choose to do. And so to make it clear, the mechanics of it are real simple because I've seen Mike burning a hole through it. What I'm saying is there's enough murkiness provided by this water where with it undisturbed, it's enough coverage to stop the rays from fully penetrating down here to be a problem. No vampires down here took off all their clothes because they're going to bed and they want to be cool when they sleep and are naked, right? And the clothes are piled next to them. No, you have the collars up. People got the clothing up over the head. You're kind of half curled in the ball, the jacket coming over the side. Everything you can do to add to this coverage, and you're hoping you don't have to disturb that to deal with what's next. But you're both, looking at what it is. Now, for you, Parker, your eyes open up and you drift back to sleep because your body, you couldn't fight the sleep long enough to stay awake, but that sucks. As you're out again. Warren, you're not so comfortable with it as you see that your boy might be getting tapped. with whatever probe this is. And definitely, Clan Gangrel is not happy with current antics. Where you not have your clan compulsion controlling you at the moment, you do have a loyalty and a feeling.
Yeah.
Depends on how rowdy we're going to get out here on this bridge, is what it is.
Got soldiers up above me. Fishermen to my left. I think this is the song lyric. I'm certainly gonna. Yeah, there you go.
Gotta be.
That's about what I'm at. He's of course in broad daylight, not in the shadow of the bridge. That's correct.
Yep.
Okay. I am going to use Silence of Death, and I'm going to move, not fully get out of this just yet, but distangle my limbs across these bars enough that I can get ready to get down quickly. As if this goes really south, it's already south. I need to move quick. Does that make sense?
Now, we're going to see how good you are. I told you there's a beam of light that goes across the midsection. For you to get off this light, it is to shimmy and have the strength and skill to dangle all the way over to the east side of the bridge and get out of this light's pattern without this touching any of your skin, your arms, your legs, or your face.
Mm-hmm.
It's very hard to do. Or you can sit there. You can go for it, though. I'm just letting you know there's a role involved here because of the very nature of the situation.
I will take the role. It's not a role I excel at, but I think it's worth the situation.
It's not a role that you excel at, you say?
Well, if it's the role I'm thinking of.
Well, we're right. It's Dex Athletics, Ramsey. You know?
Oh, okay. I'm better at that than I thought.
Right. You really need a little help. A little
I'm not amazing at it.
All right. So here's the deal. Even with this being a thing, go ahead and roll it. We know you can't roll more than you got, right, in humanity, aka your path rating. That's the idea, but you're well within that. I hate saying this to folks. Let's just say that we haven't focused on the right things just yet.
What? It's below my humanity.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, okay. I thought that's what was the question.
Is that I wanted to keep that hidden. Like, let's say, oh, yeah, he's rolling 10 dice. No, he's not. He's. Let's just say I didn't have to give the.
Okay, I was confused. I was like, what is happening?
I was embarrassed. There's some people with the Gangrel fantasy.
Yeah, it's all right. Fine. I'm a harmonist with 9 humanity. You caught me.
All right. You will take 1 ag.
Oh.
And at this point, I will need you to give me what they call ye old Rorschach, right? This is the fear frenzy you're trying to stop from coming over.
Mm-hmm.
Now, do remember you get to add a 3rd to your willpower based on just looked at my notes again. 1/3 of your humanity, excuse me, add to your willpower to resist.
Oh, good.
Yeah, because we know that's high for you.
Yeah.
All of them down.
Super high. Super.
All right, that's golden, actually. That's exactly what you needed.
Mm-hmm.
This is that boss moment in Rambo, right? You remember that? the super toxic masculinity aside when he gets shot and he takes the knife and he sticks it in the flame and he pulls it out red hot. And he gets the rope. This is you going across a bar and the laser freaking hits your skin, evaporating it into sort of a blood dark red dust as you feel that sear off a good 1/4 inch and it hits the water, but doesn't disturb the noise you make as you're full and clear to be underneath to move further under and farther down. Now, your intent is what I want to know. Obviously, you don't have to roll to wake up. You're in agony, and you've managed to keep that in check.
You're in agony.
What would you like to do further here at this point?
What I'm going to do is hang and wait to see because there's a chance this guy won't find those 2 down there. And if he doesn't find them, I'm not going to tip off that I'm here. But if he stops and he's like, huh, what's this? That's when I'm going to Spider-Man jump on his back.
Okay. So I could tell Brendan forgot the height of this bridge to water.
It's 8 feet.
It's it's 8 foot. Character's not 8 foot, but you have about maybe a 2 foot gap of error
Okay.
that you have. And if you decide to go from where you are to
That's
hang down,
Yeah, I'm like
You might
3 feet off the ground.
right? It's, it's okay. But if you still like to do that, you can.
No, I won't. I'm gonna like hook my legs up so I'm like flat against the bridge and just watch him. Can I do that and hold it for a bit?
And just watch. So what I'm asking is, I'll take care of that description.
Okay.
Are you getting yourself into a position to where if he finds them, you're going to act? Is that what that is?
Yes, that's my intention.
So if you look up Yeo Forest Preserve and you look at these bridges, right? This is not, we're in the heart of the Appalachians because we're down south and have all this space, right? This used to be swampland and we can't have people wading through swamps. So what we do is we drain the most of it that we can and we make our own, is what they did. And in our own, we're going to make these little fish hatchery places, kind of bring back this sort of feel that we have a lake without having to go to Lake Michigan. And Lake Michigan isn't as clean as we can make this because we're awesome. We're Naperville. We have money, right? That's what they're doing. So here you are in a portion of it. And this bridge is 8 foot from the bottom of it to the top of the water. That's it. Now, you shimmy over to the side, which you could tell is darker. But the problem is, if you look under the bridge, you would see somebody easily laying underneath.
Mm-hmm.
If you had to, right? Because it's solid grass that they mow. Someone cares for it, so you didn't want to be there. However, for the moment, it serves the place covered up enough that you can brave the fear of the sun to wait. And if this guy finds your pack mate, you're going to take some damage in the sun to run out there, or you're going to get real good at whipping whatever you can find over here, which right now, to be fair, it's rocks.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of rocks you have that you're over the top of silently to do that very thing, as you could even grab a few to prep.
Yeah, I will. He's just wearing a skull cap, not a freaking helmet.
That's correct. So you're playing a little David and Goliath action. I got it.
Except Goliath has the stones in this situation.
Warren, here we are, buddy pal. We're in that moment. The pole has just come up. You see it come down again. And before I tell you the result, what's Warren going to do? Now, Warren, I'll give you options. You could try to grab your packmate by the leg and hope you could drag him over to you. And this guy's not going to notice. And there's every chance he might not, right? You're worried about disturbing the water on top, not disturbing, or whether he could see it. He can't see you. There's no way he can, right? You can't even see the top. You only know your packmate's down there by you because of obvious disturbances in the water. But you know it can't be him moving around. So if something's coming down here and you can hear that scrape, right? If Mike can imagine being underwater, closing his eyes, and all you hear is a right? It's something scraping. Something's looking for something. And you know you woke up. This has got to be what it is. You could reach over, grab Sid Packmate, pull him to you. And hopefully that works. That way closeness, you know the other. Or you can decide not to move. Or you can wait. And if that pole comes in and hits you, you're going to drag him in.
I will wait. What's on my mind is I need to be able to react quickly, but I don't know what I need to do until I need to do it. So I'll rouse and prepare myself either to dodge the pole, drag the pole carrier, or try to move Parker. Whichever I need to do in that moment. I'm going to try to use my speed to my advantage and hope it works out.
So the good news about Solaris High, which is what you're talking about, is that it's as needed. One doesn't couch the blood. No, one doesn't spend it, and when you need it, boom, you move the motion. You just move the motion. That's the ability. So I get what you're doing.
Yeah.
Brennan, you're the man of the hour. And what we're going to have to do here is determine just how well that you yourself can throw this rock. Because absolutely, when you see him extending that pole down again, you know he's going to find him. Because what you realize, it's refraction, right? When someone sticks something straight down in the water and it looks like it's bent at an angle and it's not, you realize that's what you've been looking at, and you know he's not at an angle. He's going down the incline of the water, blindly feeling and scraping down to where it is. You know, you watch where they went down at, they're going to find him, because this is actually going under the bridge now, where that pole's going more than anything. Which means this guy, would be able to look right at you if he wasn't so focused on the water. He's within 15 feet of you.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's find out how good of a shot I am. Blood search. Can I blood search for this?
Of course you can.
Okay.
Who David's and Goliath without a blood surge?
Of course. So there's the Rouse. I am hungrier for what it's worth. I'm assuming this is Dex Athletics. Is this something else?
This is strength athletics, sir.
Okay. Good thing I did that. Really good thing I did that.
Well, the dice is going to add 1 to it. What happens is this guy gets hit in the side of the head. He doesn't know what's going on, and you can see he's dazed, right?
Mm-hmm.
You hit him, and he drops the pole, which someone's like, whoa, what happened? Did you find something? And you see him holding as this blood is just coming down the side. It's a decent hit as he's just dazed, right? He's like trying to look around and look up and look over who hit him, what happened. Are you going to duck down and act like no one's there?
Of course. Absolutely. Sorry, I won't be rude. Finish.
No, you're fine. You duck down, right? You're like a weird, evil badger, right? You hopped up, whipped the rock, and you duck. And he looks over dazed, doesn't see anything. He's like, I got hit, I'm hit. He just says that repeatedly. And you hear folks come running down the embankment, and there's 2 or 3 guys that come down to where he is, and these people do have automatic weapons.
Mm-hmm.
They have the vest you were looking for that have the telltale Kevlar, but it's not Kevlar. You don't know enough about military equipment to know anything other than it's form-fitting, sits on them well, and they're weaponized, right? And as they come down to check him out to grab him, this one guy's keeping an eye out, looking out under the bridge to see what's going on. And you're thankful you woke and moved because he looks right under the bridge. Like they didn't think to do that. And when you see him take out his flashlight and clicks it on, he puts it along the aim of his gun as he's slowly going everywhere, but to where you're at, duck down in an obvious spot, right? He gives a benefit of the doubt. This guy under here with the pole, who knows how long he's been doing this?
Mm-hmm.
He would have looked to see if there was a dead guy lying right out in the open, right? Well, there's not. But there's enough of embankment for a rock-throwing, immortal badger chucker to duck down for a moment and stay hidden as they grab him to pull him up the embankment, and then the weight of sleep hits you. Is no longer in danger, you feel yourself starting to pass out. In order to maintain your wakefulness, I'll need another awakening roll, sir, from you. Nobody else, because Warren was ready, and you saved Warren from having to do anything. And that's that.
It's a 2.
So you sleep.
Mm-hmm.
You pass out. Here at this moment, we're going to take a 5-minute break as we transition to the next night of where it is you successfully dodged the, we'll call this the Houdini. If you're the Second Inquisition, I want you to think about it. Yes, it was that. You knew what it was.
Mm-hmm.
The surrogate warned you of them and how accurate they were. And you probably can even figure out where they got tipped, where you might be from what happened tonight. But regardless, what just occurred is they all burst into a forest preserve, which has 3 miles of woods that people can run and jog through. No big deal. But then everybody disappeared. We'll get to the surrogate when we come back. But as far as people under the bridge, we know the surrogate. We heard how you dodged it. They don't. They went down and dredged the water and found nothing. Looked under the bridge and know it's there. This is called maybe a bit of luck. A bit of hitting a guy in the side of the head with a rock, concussed, and can't tell what happened. There's that, as he has to go to the hospital. But stranger stuff has happened as well. We'll let that be what it is at the moment. So 5 minutes by my time.
All right.
Baby boy.
Hey folks, DJ here. I just want to take some time to talk about Werewolf the Apocalypse Retaliations by Flyos Games. This soon-to-launch game is brought to you by the same team that's bringing you Vampire the Masquerade chapters, and they just released a trailer to go along with it. We at 25 invite you to check it out at werewolftheapocalypse-retaliation.com to catch a peek at the trailer and be updated of when it'll appear on Kickstarter, which seems to be early 2022. The game promises to have everything that made chapters endearing to us, the fans, including scenarios, investigations, beautiful miniatures, and more. With that, thanks for your time.
So I promised to have a little fun and tell you guys is what's going on next night for some of you, not the surrogate. I want to add that. What happened is, and it's pretty simple, the helicopter being taken off of you guys does create a black spot. There's no way they're going to be able to find where you're at. Tom's odd adventure in there was not exactly planned according to him as he mapped it out, but needs, justify, must, and all that. Helicopter, they fight for control. They get it mysteriously, but a pilot who's half choked by what can best be described as the night is definitely not going back to where that happened. And I want the players to understand this is how the Second Inquisition has to deal with blank bodies. You're a blank body. You exude some certain behaviors, and they're beginning to classify by those behaviors. What they just learned, one of you can do some pretty unbelievable things, is what happened. They weren't prepared for it. Now, this is a reason that he was zoned in the first place. They weren't sure what they were dealing with, right? You think Inquisition, think tacticians. They know they're mortals, but they know they have what it takes to deal with you because they've successfully done it before. Information's exchanged and all that fun stuff. They don't roll around with holy weapons and super bullets that blow through vampires in terms of like dragon's breath around solely, right? They might have an escalation process, but what we could tell is the first and foremost what dawn on their side and is to trail you where you sleep, right? Story old as time. Things that hunt vampires know the daylight sucks for you. So they're going to wait for that to weaken or destroy you and clean up the pieces. That's handbook, textbook, how to get it done. If they have that opportunity, the way to do it. And they did in this case. However, we know how close you were to dying anyway, right? That's what sleeping with low survival, not knowing the terrain exactly and how deep a water goes or the murkiness, risky endeavor. And also lucky die rolls, right? We figured it out, and that's where it is. The rock to the side of the head causes an injury they can't explain. You had silenced the death up when you walked over there, or you got over there.
Mm-hmm.
Picking up a rock and winging it as good as you did and hitting this guy not suspecting in the side of the head, yeah, it rings a bell. But when you're looking for who could have thrown it was thrown by something.
Yeah.
And there's utterly nothing there from obvious places. They know nobody's down the ground where you were because that's how that works, right? We checked everywhere else but down at the bottom of the lake, except the rock didn't come from the lake, so who threw that rock? Right? They went to find that. That's a wider perimeter search. That says something else is in play here. That might have served to take off some stuff. It could be that you were dealing with 4 guys who this is the quad they got, the square they had to search in the map. And going through this lake, somehow this dude got hit by something. And we don't know. And they shrugged their shoulders. They did their effort, and they took off. They reported it and moved on. That doesn't mean when you wake up, they're all gone.
Mm-hmm.
What that means is we'll deal with that in a second. But if you remember back at the house and you had that little boy running around and you gave him time to get up, get out, and get down, there isn't a child born past the 90s that doesn't know what to do with certain things, right? Stranger danger, house in trouble. They have dads. They have things to do, to call, to do whatever. And children know text messaging better than the parents, right? That's just the thing. So that's an unknown. You don't know if he called, you don't know if he sent anything or whatever, but that makes the most sense that he got word out quickly what was going on in the house. And he might have did that even before he climbed the top of the wardrobe, which is how that is. It's just a loose end in the way that was approached. Now, all that said, they're not immortal, but if you trace back the logic of it, there's a lesson here in that you're either absolutely, here's what people do in a home invasion are trying to rob a house, and they've cased it. We know it's a family. All family members are tied up, put right where you can see them right in front of you before anything weird or else happens. Why? No phone calls, no one running away and drawing attention. And then you have all the time in the world to do what you're going to do. That is no different than when the Sabat goes to feed on a bunch of victims. You want to have time to do whatever you're going to do, you make sure nobody can do what they're going to do. Food for thought, right? It's either totally ruthless or we're going to do what we did, and this is how they learn, right? Take it for what it is. But either way, we slipped the noose that time. However, Surrogate, you're going to a special house, right? In wee hours before it's there. And this person listlessly, is there and driving along, you're beginning to see them in a different light. Number one, they could casually fully take off the rest of the ensemble, I guess you should say. Puts on a pair of glasses that they take out of a hoodie and put it on, just to mirror accordingly and keep driving. And you're beginning to try to guess, well, obviously, what makes this person tick, what goes on. There's two things that happen. One, this person can blend in, and why they look like Joe Average to you is that literally this is a masculine, feminine figure that's in front of you. Before you have any questions here, I am devious. There's a website called This Person Does Not Exist. I spent over 11 hours finding the exact image I needed for this person. This is a planned scenario. I didn't pull it out the ether. I want you to know that. So before anybody asks, it took time for the right look. But this person for you, surrogate, is someone carefully. I don't know how to put this other than to say there's jealousy you have. You just do, right? There's a negative to being born and identifying as being just the male figure. There is no, for you, there is no way to pretend to be the other side without makeup or whatever. And if you don't feel that's what you are, you're not going to give off that aura that everyone needs, right? You are what you are as far as you see it. But here's a person that beautifully fits into society as a predator of choice, if they wanted it to be. But you still don't know what's going on. Why is that person dragging a particular person to a vehicle to do whatever, right? And that was an obvious young woman, proud, dressed accordingly, that all the signs, that's what they are. It's odd for you. But as you start seeing as they're driving along, there's reaching into the glove box, not caring you're there, and pulls out lipstick. Gently applies just enough to give life to the old lips there, and kind of lip smacks, rubs it in, does that. And you'll see him also reach in and pull out the deodorant, which you can see is male deodorant, and applies it to himself, and that's it. And you just keep driving along. And you begin to see this pattern, right? This duality that exists here. One, your own prejudice and biases to what you should be seeing and what's going on, they're serving to cloud your judgment of who this is. You want to identify this person as either a daughter or a son. How are you going to deal with this confused persona? You can't. And because you can't, the beast starts getting worried, is the best way I can put it. I know that's a term you never hear describing from the beast, but there's a level of, you ever wonder what happens when a sire sees somebody and says, I'm going to make this like me? Like if you had to do it all over again and you had to pick who you could become, who you could be, that would be best for you, and you see someone you might want to hand the torch to, that'd be perfect. These thoughts into your head while driving haven't been there before. Because for the first time, your derangement doesn't lead you to believe that this is easily a fitting family member at all. You hadn't considered the fact that this era accepts anybody, no matter who they feel they want to be, or who they feel they are, or however they're born. You don't care about that, right? That's the world is more accepting now than they ever have been, but the surrogate isn't. But here you are for the first time looking as a vampire, right? You're not the surrogate here, staring at this person. Trent Winstead, for the first time, has clarity. And the surrogate seems hollow as it fits to you. It doesn't feel like an ideal anymore or a calling, because you really want to know this person. It's an odd switch. It's an odd feel. But when they pull up to a condo, that's all it is. I said the wrong word. Pull up to a townhome. That's all it is. It's a standalone townhome. It's in a subdivision. It's about a 15, 20-minute ride. You're really hard to tell distance-wise. They get out, and as they get home, you see that there's something that you need to do further. Because when they drive you to the house, as if in a haze, and they stop, you see them get to the door and start shaking their head and looking around a bit confused. What are you going to do? Now, no doubt you get out the car too. I'm going to assume that. And you're standing. You're not trapped in the vehicle, just in awe of this person. But what are you going to do as they pull up, as you know that they're going to come out of it soon?
This townhouse of sorts. From the surrogate's perspective, is it does it seem like he'll just be able to trail, or does he? You know what? We'll find out. He will, if this person's in front of him, he will use unseen presence and just follow them in.
Now, something profound happens when that occurs. You let them walk in front and put the keys in the door, and you're just not there anymore. And you know that because this person hugs themselves. You watch it happen, and they grab the side of their head and just try to shake it off, try to wonder what's happening. And you just hear him. So I took my meds. I took my meds. I drove myself home. He was in the car, and they go back to the car. You see them look in. They look at the passenger side. And here's the odd thing about a vampire: you don't leave a scent unless it's covered on you. And you didn't fresh kill nothing, right, that night. It is what it is, right? And there's nothing dropped out of your pockets, nothing that fell off of you. And you see this person reeling. They're trying to figure out who was here, and they can't figure it out. And you'll see them go for their phone and pull it out, and they stop something on it because you hear the click. And they'll look down at the phone, and over the shoulder, you'll see that it's actually an alarm of sorts, just something to keep pace with time. And they had 50 minutes left, thereabouts, 50 and some change in seconds before they drop the phone in their pocket. They go to the door and push it open and walk inside, oddly leaving open enough for you to get in before shutting it. They go upstairs inside this townhome. They got a nice couch like anybody would. Carpet is meticulous, vacuum clean, nice, decent linoleum flooring. Everything's cold and white in the kitchen. Looks great. They have a simple shower room with bath and all that fun stuff, and the toilet's intact, and that's neat. However, you notice the kill kit part of this whole equation. The bedroom, there's two of them. There's one master and there's a guest. The guest bedroom's coated in plastic. Right? You'll see that the bed has a standard post, but there's no bedding over it. It's just plastic. And the posts are solid metal with wood blocks that are attached to the end. Definitely could hold weight of some sort. The frame looks sturdy. Underneath it looks like metal connecting to metal, which means it's a heavy piece that was put here. They probably had it brought in, paid for the move, and maybe something kinky was supposed to come from the bed. And you guarantee the movers didn't have any idea how right that is. But there it is. And this is some sort of urban predator that you caught. However, when they get to their room and you see that it's just it's a typical room, you're expecting to see maybe some sort of disarray, some point where they don't have control of their life, which is the typical, right? Something that says, I hate this type of lifestyle or this type of person, some tell that describes it. All there is a laptop at a desk, a bed where they sleep, which is made, right? And there are clothes that are laid out as if somebody planned on taking a shower when they got home with a fresh bar of soap. And then there's a garbage bag at the end of the bed, which all of this is signs of somebody who planned on cleaning it up. And you don't know what's going on. And as they're up here walking kind of back and forth pacing, they go through and you see them start to clean up, folding up the plastic end over end, trying to find a place for it. And you can see what's going on. They clearly plan on cleaning this all up like it never came out. This never came this far. You can give me an insight, an intelligence roll if you can't already guess what might be going on. I'm going to give you +2 dice because you have a bird's eye view. The timer, the method, everything. Well, you can surmise several things, possibilities. Number one, this clearly is not a killer, is one possible thing. This could be somebody who wants to be really bad and was going to cross over, had a plan, they worked it out, went to execute said plan, and you stopped them before it was completed. But they had the confidence to get it done. You know that. They went through with it as far as to keep going with it, and it was going to happen. However, the obvious sign is when they get home and you're gone, there's something off. You don't know what it is, and it's hard to tell, and it's kind of sobering. There must be something wrong, either emotionally or mentally, in their life to make them that clearly they feel they hallucinated you. And you know that. You saw that reaction. But if they had that severe of reaction, and now appears they're cleaning everything up like they didn't know what was going on, or they're ashamed, or suddenly that conscience morality came crashing back, and they can't go through with it, and they're trying to make it as if it never happened. What would you like to
do? The surrogate at this point, after having observed all of that, will definitely mark it down. And the identity of Trent starts to move in a little bit more following it. And I think at this point, having seen everything, and especially after they had cleaned up that room, what would have been the kill room or that practice room, he will take the opportunity to use that. He'll look to see whether or not it's if he could sleep under the bed. If there's any location so far from the tour that he's been given that he feels that this person would not probably intrude during the day and just like sleep somewhere underneath or cuddled up or like in a closet, anything that would.
Oddly enough, you wait for them to get to the shower that you knew was coming. Even you can feel the time to sleep is more than in the sky. It's there.
Mhm.
You are going to sleep here. Whether you kill them first or not is depending on whether or not they get in that shower now. And they do. And they climb in. It's after they've cleaned and vacuumed that room. And they shut the door gently. You reverse mimic the process. When you hear the water running and you hear the curtain move, you know someone's in there showering, and you step in and you shut the door. You wiggle under the bed, and that's where the sleep is going to claim you. However, the next night, and we're still going to stick with you for one reason, you will awaken because there's an argument. And what you hear is that there's clearly what sounds like a guy saying, look, I know, Peter, we told you what was going to happen, right? You talked about it. You said what you said, that you couldn't stand her. Sarah gets all this attention and whatnot, and you think Mark feels the way you do about you, but he doesn't. He doesn't know what to think, and it's just simple relationships. It's nothing to do with what you think it is, and you'll hear the voice for the first time since the park talk, and it feels sensitive, maybe a little too sensitive. Just talk, and you're pretty certain it's someone who knows how to play between the two sexes in terms of voice, or they're just comfortable this way. This is really who they are, and they sound all but defeated. I know. She pissed me off, and I know they run there, and I know they work out there, and so did I. And when she came over to talk to me, she said some things, and I got mad, and I hit her. That's all I did. I hit her. We can go to the police. I'm cool with that. And we can go right now. We can work this out. And you'll hear the male voice saying, no, that's not good enough. You told me you were drunk the other night. Are we going to talk about what happened? I mean, we were together, you and me. Right? Right there in that room, we were together. And you'll hear him slam the wall. This is somebody whose emotions are definitely keyed up, but not like angry, pissed, going to hurt someone. But the hand slaps the wall of the room you're in. And you'll hear, no, not that room. We're not dealing with this. What happened, and you need to leave. You need to get out. Well, we need to go to the police because you need to get ahead of this. You assaulted her. At least handle that. I don't want to see you go away. Not for just, you have feelings. You're allowed to have them. And with all this going on, the surrogate will just easily creep back into you. You have a pack. These two are arguing. This person wants to do something very terrible, and they're not what they're trying to project. That's not, there's no way they feel as cut and dry as that guy thinks it is, whoever it is. But the only question I have to you as an immortal, are you going to bother getting involved with it? Or are you going to let them leave and then leave?
Because of what was described before, he's definitely now at least mildly aroused with the thought of a protege for the first time, and or something that he could hold on to that mimics him. That being the case, I'd like to say, would you say it's an appropriate time for me to also roast for my hunger and see whether or not I unleash the beast? Because I think I'm at a hunger 4, yes. And this may or may not also determine whether or not
You're at a 3 right now. You're at a 4 if you fail.
All right. That's right. I moved up 1. 2, 3, 5. All right. So I'll start at 3 then. Got it. I hadn't calculated 1 before. Make an adjustment. All right. Good.
But if you want to make this a protege, we don't have to do that now. We're definitely going to see, because if you're going to make it a protege, we can come back to this, i.e. where they live.
Yes. I think he's more concerned with feeding. Feeding and getting back to his pack, I think, is more important for him. So he could probably... He doesn't want him to go to the police. I think what's going to end up happening is he will attempt to attack this other person who is talking to his person of interest.
All right. Now, is this the thing where you're going to let them leave, stalk that person, and handle it? or are you going to do that in the apartment right now?
I'm going to do that in the apartment right now.
All right. Before we dive into that, back at the ranch, all of you under the bridge who wake up, two of you come to the surface. We'll say cautiously. I don't think you burst to the surface knowing that there were things searching for you in the water at that time. Now, you do what anybody does. Slowly come up. Don't see any lights on the surface streaming anywhere because you definitely could see them. And when you fully come up out of the water, there is probably comically Ramsey, who is just now getting up and stretching. Like, here's the bridge. You know where the water line is. And there's that grass that hang where the concrete meets the hill, right? And he's right up there. Like at the crease where the least amount of light could have possibly gotten to him. You guys know he wasn't there when you went into the water. He was under the bridge itself. Something happened. There's a horrible burn in his arm.
He also still has the Y incision. So that was a total of 2 ag.
Yeah, decisions to heal and not are yours. So go ahead and rouse everybody. Just do that. Tally it forth.
I'm staying at 2.
Stand at 3.
I'm staying at 3, I think. Am I at 3 or 4, Bob?
You were at 3.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also,
I'm still at 3.
Bob, let me make sure I got the ag healing in this right. You can't heal ag damage in the same night you got it, so I got both of these this night anyway. And then each dot is going to be 3 individual rouse rolls to heal.
So, yeah, it's a bit of a pain. So you roused awake, and then you're doing rouse 3 times after that.
Oh,
and that's just for 1. Okay, so I got a fun couple of nights after this.
Right, and it's typically doesn't say when you have to do it, but we're just going to say, for sake of argument, keep it nice and simple. You're going to dictate when you try to put the body to rest to begin healing like that.
Yes.
Or if you tell me I fed, I'm going to make the risk as I wake up, and we're going to get that going. Makes sense to me. I'm not going to say, like, yes, I'm going to do it all now, which I would if it was anything but ag. I feel ag takes some concentration, a lot of blood.
Yeah, I think it does. And given that I woke up during the sleep, I'm not going to do it now. I don't think that makes sense. I think the body being at rest needs to be a thing, and he wasn't fully restful. I'll save it.
All right. Obviously, your tenting outing, Ductus, is fine. Tom wakes up and can walk through the trees. It's up to you if you keep the doll or not, though. I'll give that to you.
Yeah.
Although you, for the life of you, can't understand why that would be important.
I mean, honestly, I'm going to keep it for now because I plan on coming back here at a later date to see if I can find my ghostly friend, figure out what the fuck is keeping him lingering around.
Oh, that's a good thing for that. Go ahead and take a stain, Mr. Pathfollower of Night. Well, we'll explain later. This has nothing to do with you done something wrong. Empathy. If I tell you empathy is why you're taking a stain, does that make sense to you?
Yeah, it does make sense to me because I'm thinking of somebody other than myself in that moment.
And it's empathy in general, right? It's you walked away from wanting to be a different way, and you are that way. And this is calling back to an old self, and you're making room for it, which is great. You guys found this pack to be different and things going on. It shows that Warren's influence may be infecting his Ductus more than the Ductus gave credit for. I think it's a better story. So that's why we're doing it, not because you stepped on a landmine here. It's a guiding point. Also gives you an opportunity. I think it's pretty cool. Back at the ranch, though, finding your pack is key. So we're going to make something simple. You guys are going to text each other. We're going to go through that mess. You're going to agree to meet up. You guys barely have energy left on phones because that's what happens when we sleep all day. You got maybe like 22%. Some of you, one of you might have an awesome phone and it has super all day life and you got 2 days left and whatever. Enjoy that. Either way.
2 of us have been asleep at the bottom of a lake.
I was about to say.
And my iPhone will not survive that.
At least one of you has a phone out there. And we're not going to worry about it. Why? It's a game, and don't bore me. Have you find each other out. Your phones are destroyed. Yes, go
We
buy
had
them
life-proof cases.
somewhere, right? The pedantic of Sabat vampires shopping for a phone.
Like, do you guys happen to have a case that'll allow me to sleep at the bottom? Okay.
Moving on. I
Yeah.
messaged Tom and I messaged the surrogate, be like, hey, we're alive. Where should we meet?
So I like that transition because the surrogate at this time is trying to whoop someone's ass out of nowhere. That's what we like to call it. What sort of object are you going to use in this endeavor? I guess I should ask. Welcome to Unseen Presence. I'm immortal. I'm a strong black male figure who's a good friend, lover to the person you're talking to. And I'm unsuspecting completely. Why? Because you don't exist to either one of them here. One person thought they hallucinated you. And it's the power of the invisible man. Oh, can't see if I got a knife. They can't see if I got a gun. Can't see if I use this ashtray. I mean, what are we going to do?
I was just going to jump him and just take a bite out of nowhere, just like straight up ambush predator.
You're just sharking them.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, for me to know, you're just going to feed in front of them.
Yes.
All right. What I can tell you is, as you jaws this, I'm not going to have you roll for that. It's pointless. So just for all the reasons I said, you snap your fangs and begin feeding and lose yourself completely to what's going on. As you're doing so, time will pass. And are you going to try to resist exsanguinating this person?
Yes.
Help me out if you're going to kill him anyway.
Oh, well, I mean, you're right. My apologies. No, he's snacking. You are completely correct. My apologies. That was just a gut reaction.
No, I got it. I was checking. There's two methods, right? Despite all that's said and what goes on when you're done, when you're done feeding, you're expecting to see somebody curled in a corner, maybe confused, maybe even cops. What you weren't ready for is nothing. When you come to, this person's quite dead. The apartment is left almost as is, save for the front doors open. Going outside, checking out vehicle. There's no vehicle in the drive. There's no person here. You can put two and two together. I don't know about you. If out of nowhere my imaginary friend sunk teeth in the side of somebody and they collapsed and began eating them like a zombie, and that happened, I'm running. All man am I running, right? I don't have any time. I'll parse out whether or not it was my meds or what have you or whatever. I know one thing. That thing is real, and it's eating whoever that was, and it sucks real bad for him, but I'm alive, and I'm getting out of Dodge. That does not mean you couldn't invest time later to follow or what have you. It just means the game's afoot for now.
I'm just gonna take that body, and if there's I'm gonna put it back in the bedroom. That one bedroom that he wanted to go to. That's gonna be his final resting place. Close the door closely behind him.
So, do we lick the wound or not?
We definitely do.
Okay. You have this guy's phone. I'll give that to you. For a simple fact, I think the surrogate's meticulous enough with what you got to point out you'll need a means of contacting them. They ran for now. But as per usual, father knows best. And you're a good talker. Damn good one. And maybe communication is what you need. Distance, time to digest. Say, yes, I'm real. You know the score. All sorts of delicious games to be played from this. And you have this guy's phone. And we'll leave it at that. Sorry, you were going to say something clearly, and I cut you off.
That's fine. He'll, knowing that his phone's going to ring, or he'll take a look at it. He was paranoid. He's like, who's this? Replying back to Ramsey.
It's Ramsey.
So yes, he's replying to Ramsey's message now after that's been handled.
It's Ramsey. And Warren. And Parker. And Tom.
Call me. As he's walking out the door and closing everything behind him.
I'll call him and put him on speakerphone. Also, I think I fucked up there. Tom's not with us, or he's with us. I guess we don't need to be
My
this
hand
pedantic.
wave was Tom's going to figure out a way to text and reconnoiter where you're at and meet up.
Yeah,
Right.
we're meeting in the park. So I call you, and it is obviously on speakerphone.
Hello?
Surrogate, where are we meeting you? Or can you pick us up because we don't have a car?
What'd you have for dinner last night?
I didn't. Tom had your wife or your pet. Parker had your daughter.
Where'd you sleep?
Both under a bridge and on the bank. Ward and Parker were at the bottom of the lake, and Tom, I have no idea.
Just made
Where were you
my
last?
little encampment, you know. No big deal.
Where are you?
We're at the park, Tom. Surrogate.
I don't have a car. I'll Uber over to you. I'll be able to meet up with you, but I'm not going to be able to pick you up.
Don't bother. Don't come here. Meet us back at the Haven. We'll
All
meet
right.
you there at some point.
Hold up. Tom's like, Surrogate, you call, while you're figuring that out, you call that pack we're supposed to talk to, and you get that situated, okay?
All right. I'll make that call now.
Yep. We ain't got time. We gotta on our heels right now.
You still got that lock of hair?
Tom reached into his pocket where he would have put the doll next to it, and he kind of fumbles around. He's like, yeah, I still got it.
All right. I'm going to call him. I'll find the address. I'll send you the coordinates.
So you call, and this is not the number on the card he gave you. That's what he hand wrote. The address is for the card itself.
Mm-hmm.
But who picks up? Here, this is Dr. Harker. Feminine voice. Seems well in control. That's about it I could say. Nice, crisp.
Hey, good evening. How are you? I'm actually calling in on behalf of we need an appointment, so to speak. We've been kind of referred to you by one of our friends. You may or may not remember him, Miguel.
No, I do remember Miguel. And you are?
I am lovingly known as a surrogate, although Trent is also acceptable. I actually happen to be an advisor for my particular group. We would like to be able to meet face to face and see if we could spend some time.
So would I. You wouldn't happen to know a little thing like oh, never mind. Is that all you wanted to say?
Yes, please. We'd be able to create an appointment for you. We'd be more than happy to drop on by.
Create an appointment. You were supposed to see us last night.
We have an interesting story to tell you regarding that.
Well, it better be interesting. I mean, after all, it is. You are who you say you are. Oh, we'll see you in what? How's half hour?
Half hour it is. Thank you.
She'll hang up.
You'll hang up, and you'll call back, and you'll say half an hour, and give an address. I'll meet you over there.
Okay. And he'll hang up because we have to find a car real quick.
If your phone's working, bro, I'll just Uber us, man. It's not a thing.
So we're using the Sabat Uber system, which I can't tell you how much that tickles me.
Oh yeah, it's about vampires in rideshare all over America. We just don't know.
We're just soaking wet. No big deal.
I'm just thinking what badasses they are, right? Uber. On humorous side, you guys get dropped off by your Uber mobile, your Uber Black that comes to get you. and swings you by these law. It looks like law offices is what it appears to be. I do mean a law firm. However, you'll see that there's an office listed on the side of it that simply says Dr. Barker and Associates. That's it, right? Just like a simple doctor practice that's built into here. And why it's odd is because nobody gets a plaque like that. Right? Number one, it's too long. But it's Dr. Parker and Associates, which is simply on the outside of the door with its own little sigil that's there. Nothing Sabat-esque. In fact, it looks like a simple rose made out of crystalline, which the letters being gold and white there matter as well. Well designed, well done, just not what you expected. The rest of it is, it's another 4 or 5 offices or suites kind of sharing one lot. And that's what they do. Some sort of business, law firm, whatever, that you don't have to worry about. It's not Palisade. It's not a house in the hills that you're thinking you're going up to. It's a simple office. And when you walk in, you buzz the door. The door does click open. You just see a front desk. It has its own administrative assistant. He seems very much pleasant enough, but a little too attractive is a term I'd use. His hair slicked back, looks model-esque, and kind of smiles ear to ear. Is that 5 waters that I'm getting for you, gentlemen?
Thank you.
No reason I brought that. He'll kind of do the hand gestures like, thank you. One moment. And he'll step to the back, leaving you guys where you're at. Getting a full view of this office, it clearly has a place where he could sit. That's where his desk is. There's a hallway. You can see there's a water cooler that's there. And there's some sort of mini office meeting room that's there that he goes and walks into. It's moments later, after some whispering and a phrase of like, you're fine. You'll see this woman. Glass in hand, though ignore the skull.
Oh, that's what you meant.
She comes walking out, and the glass is definitely blood, is first and foremost. Rather, not even caring about the risk is what it seems. As she'll come out and kind of gaze at all of you with that same simple look she has, and she'll go, well, the chairs. Typically, my clients come, and they immediately are just in the room, so we could stand out here and chat, or we can go somewhere we could sit, which is more comfortable in my office than out here.
He'll take a look over at Tom.
I got legs.
Oh my God. When you look over at Tom, she just like her whole demeanor is not impressed as her eyes roll, and she goes walking back into her office.
Tom just follows. Like,
yep. Go into her office.
You would think the Queen of Sheba actually stays in this office, and that's the change. Most of the floor space of this paid for office clearly is so she can lounge on a luxurious seating of bedding. It's giant pillows of varied colors and cushions on the ground. There's a silk divider that is parched open and tied off to the side so you can see her and where she sits. But she leaves the nice leathered couch ensemble that's large. It's 3 sections. Could probably seat a good 12 people that are on it. Massive cushions for you to curl up on or sit on or whatever you choose to do. And that's it. There's nothing else more fancy than that. You feel rude to leave your shoes on in here and realize she's not wearing any. All she has are these tasteful, brightly colored, cute, it's yellow, green, and blue socks. You don't know what significance that is, but she definitely looks cozy wearing them. Now she'll go back and sit down. No, they don't fit the outfit. I'm aware of that. But not everything is worn because it looks great.
I'll take the cue and put my shoes outside of wherever the ostentatious refinement starts and come back.
Boy, admin standing out there waiting, right? So when you stick your shoes out there, first thing he does, like a bowling alley, he crudely sprays on the inside of them, and he simply wipes the bottoms off with a rag and sets them outside of the door. right? Just to the side of it, like he's lining them up on the carpet.
Yeah, I don't take the cue. Ramsey just walks on in.
Well, you all do, especially those of you who slept in the muddy bottoms.
Uh-huh.
Like you guys can understand, sediment settles, right? So when you get out of it and this dirty water's on you, even when you dry, you're thankful you don't have your own oils and itchy skin to worry about because you definitely would have that. So you don't feel your best. And being in her presence, you feel worse, right? I don't care what path you're on. There's certain feelings you want to exude. Now, Parker, being where you're from, you're supposed to be, yeah, you're the Sombra. That's what it feels like, right? You go from being, I am La Sombra, into in front of her as you are now. Yeah, don't point that out. We're okay. That's how it is. For the surrogate, your thoughts are on other things. A very weird exchange of an evening, a series of them. For the first time, I'd say, Warren, in a long time, you feel relaxed because this doesn't appear to be a psychopath, right? You really don't get that feeling from her at all. Definitely arrogant, maybe even narcissistic, but not a psychopath. And Ramsey, you just don't care. She's not attacking you. There's no threat. Your arm burns like hell, and you're just sitting, like blessed sitting. Your ass in the cushion feels great.
Yeah.
But for Tom, you know your own. You're on your guard because talking to her and how casually it's like, yeah, come in and sit down. She stole the point. And what I mean is, in every engagement socially with anyone, it's either they're reading you or you're reading them every single time. And it depends on how distracted you are. And the administrative assistant was to get a gauge of you. The guy asked if you wanted water. You're smart enough to pick up on that. That's a conversation starter. And Morton was going to take it. That'll put him further in a relaxed state dealing with somebody from a position of respect. The fact that he asked that and then got a hairy eyebrow at it, you don't know what the hell that meant. But that put you on notice that you should be, it's more cautious. This is someone who's used to reading people very, very well. And it's only accented further when she came out and rolled her eyes at that exchange where the surrogate looked to you to see what to do and walked back. You're not certain what that was about either. But then it's the room. Outside looks very plain, very simple, very, money-wise. But inside is this lap of luxury. It just doesn't sit right with you. However, it's also how she hasn't said a word. You guys have come in, taken off your shoes, obeyed that, and are sitting down and getting situated. There's no small talk. There's no, oh, thank God you're here. It's just her swirling that blood around in the glass, sipping occasionally, and just observing at the moment. So I'll say it. Yes, the ball's in your court at the moment, where I am the ST, the NPC. I am not going to roleplay eternally, but she appears to be waiting as if something to be said or something to be done.
Right. Tom feels like almost like he's at a stalemate here because he doesn't want to give up the power by saying the first word. So he's almost just standing there like.
I enjoy that. Go ahead and roll your resolve. We'll see if Tom breaks.
Just my resolve?
Just your resolve.
Do hunger dice count for resolve?
No. Okay. This isn't unexpected. Where Tom knows he knows when to play the game, as it were. Sometimes we don't have a choice. Like I'll tell you right now, I don't want to be seduced by Angelina Jolie at all, ever. But she's an actress. I'm willing to bet she can make it very hard to do that if she chose to do it, right? Not even her in her heyday, right? Hollywood, fame, it's her, we get that idea. And not just revealing favoritism, that's what it's like. Somebody who unbelievably you're in front of that has this charm to them, that has set everything up in their favor, it is incredibly hard for you not to act the way they expect you to. More importantly, you're not certain you're correct. That's the worst part about the brain, is that it can see a lot of things, but is it actually seeing true? You almost have to talk.
Yeah. So at that point, Tom will just speak up, and it's like, thanks for having us in your lovely office to talk about matters that need to be discussed.
She'll smirk. Oh, I thought we'd start with an exchange of names, like you have them. Where are my manners? Hi, my name is Dr. Barker. You know that. You have the card. I am a member of the Widows. You know that as well. You said Miguel sent you, and indeed he told me. So that leaves for you to try and talk.
Where are my manners? And Tom will, still standing, never, sitting on anything or leaning, he'll put his hand out forward and be like, Tom Overstreet, Ductus. Boys, don't be rude. Introduce yourself to our guest or to our host.
The surrogate will say, surrogate priest.
Surrogate priest, or is that your name?
I'm sorry, say that again?
You're the surrogate priest, or that's your name?
I am the surrogate who functions as priest.
I don't recognize that surrogate. That's not who you are. We can speak truthfully or not at all.
Trent.
Thank you, Trent. Priest. Please continue.
Warren Allen, my breathing days. Abbott, enchanted, ma'am.
Ramsey. Ramsey is still reclining on that couch, nursing that burned arm over his Y incision.
Andrew Parker. And he's sitting on the edge because he knows how filthy he is.
Yep. And she goes, well, you're here, and I could certainly see that you've had better days. How are we adjusting to life in Gen Pop, gentlemen?
It's been trying, to say the very least. We literally just finished coming back from our excursion yesterday. That kind of kept us at bay from being able to visit.
Mm-hmm.
I believe he'll shoot Tom a glance and kind of point to his pocket.
Tom will reach into his pocket and he'll pull out reluctantly, right? Like his priest told him to do this, but he's like, this seems stupid. So like he's reluctantly reaching in and pulling in the lock of hair, and he's handing it to the doctor. And he's like, a gift as our show of unity.
She'll put the glass down on her table, keeping 2 fingers on it and gently swirling it as she'll extend her hand to receive it. It's just a lock of hair, right? That you cut.
Unless he got rid of the ring, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I was about to say, there was a ring.
And also the ring. I'll present the ring with the lock of hair.
When you hand it to her, she'll take it and look at the ring and look back at you all. And she doesn't smile. In fact, you'll see it falls from her face at that point. What I'm talking about is like a semblance of, before it's like, getting to know you, we're here, we have all this time. And it just shifts. And she'll open up. And what was the point of this?
This is us seeing you, us showing you, and not coming empty-handed to visit you. It is our fashion of welcoming Rite. This is our right in terms of how we present ourselves to another member of the sect.
So I'm somehow supposed to get something from you handing me a trophy from a kill you've made. I just want to make sure I have that right.
He'll simply nod.
Now, this kill wouldn't happen to be from within city limits, would it?
It was.
Well, who made the kill?
I'll smile, no like hesitation. And he'll say, that would be me, ma'am.
Well, I will definitely forward that up the chain. I mean, after all, you know of the Hamilton family, don't you? Clearly, you seem to have a connection with it. I mean, you took the wedding ring. And before you think I'm psychic, what do you think they did all day? George comes home to a broken home. 2 kids have to be rushed to the hospital. Why? Loss of blood? Shock? Monsters? I mean, what exactly was going through your mind when you had this epiphany to bring me a wedding ring and a lock of hair?
I gotta be honest with you, ma'am. It's a gift, right? A show that we did something. So
you did do something. You certainly did. You undermined the sect. Definitely taking away what we're trying to do here. You simply did it again and again and seem to repeat this endeavor. And you don't get it. And you don't get it at all. So I suppose what we're going to have to do is tell you what's going to happen next. And it's very simple. You, Tom, are going to die. Not right now. That's not how this works. We're giving permission to some packs to wild hunt you, specifically. They're going to race to come and capture you, just completely demolish you, and one of them is going to earn the right to diabolize you. Now, we have time to set this underway. We're going to be polite about it. We're going to put out the word. We're going to let other packs understand that there's an opportunity. But there's a pack that you ran that you gave permission to undermine the entire crusade that we had planned here because we had assaulted a police station. And then didn't stop there. There's numerous families that were murdered. There are faces and descriptions of you guys here and there. And the whole time, we're supposed to magically keep this a lid on it. I mean, you're aware that we were dealing with the Camarilla, right? Of course you were. You were told. And we were told you can handle such a thing. So somewhere between what you were told you could do and you exhibited what you should be able to do, and to now we have what exactly?
Big old mess.
That's correct, and we're going to handle it. We'll give your pack a choice. They're going to join you or they're going to kill you before you leave here tonight. Which one do you prefer? Because tell me, all of you leaving that door is on your own too, and you'll have a good show trying to dodge. Maybe if we were Camarilla, you would get away. But after I pick up the phone, after we call who we need to get that permission, which I promise you is going to be fast-tracked, it's going to be a simple result.
I did what I did. And those are my decisions. And I don't regret it. Not one bit. These boys didn't do anything wrong.
Well, let's use one on the tombstone then. Is that the answer?
No, that's not true.
My head disappeared. Sorry, I didn't realize it.
It's not true at all. I beat the shit out of several cops with a wrench, and surrogate led us to a family's house. I don't know what happened with Ramsey in a hospital.
Warren, was it?
Yeah.
There are many packs that get messy feedings. They do that. These things happen. Nomadic packs do this. They run through a territory, don't know what's ours versus anyone else's, and they cause these huge heaping messes. And because of that, it's the covens who pay the price. We literally have to go in and undermine it before the enemy finds out where we're at to then identify where we have holdings and where we are active at. Our advantage is to not be revealed until we're ready to take them. It gives the impression that we're a tide that swarms all over them that can't be stopped. That's how it works. And we do that when we're ready to launch a crusade. When someone comes through and raises this kind of hell, I mean, this isn't Montreal. This is, if you'd have done this before everybody marched off to go to the Gehenna War, well, maybe. If it were, I don't know, let's say Montreal, and we had a hand in it, and our archbishop's in place, and all our elders are here, and the networks are up, but I promise you, you still would have been dragged aside for someone to ring your bell for being morons in that capacity. But because this was a delicate operation, you were chose to be a part of it and to come here and to participate in it and to keep a level of civility until we can identify targets for you to do this too. You have Sabat tactic the Sabat and put us in a position where what we have to eliminate and break and get rid of, which weakens what we've already established here, just so we can what? Do what now? What could we possibly do to Chicago? We're going to lose this idiot, who you call a ductus, is going to happen. And then we might lose the rest of you, which means we lose soldiers that we needed, that were brought in a delicate balance, and then some. So, I mean, really, what we're talking about here is, unless you have a clever reason as to why I can overlook this, why anybody can overlook this, why we should go, oh no, this can easily be spun and this is part of our master plan. If what you give me is nothing, I consign you to what the Lasombra want, oblivion. And I will turn you over to it. And I can assure you, I'm a woman who loves her pleasures as much as the next one, but I absolutely will not be enjoying that. Won't join you in it.
Well, Bob, can I maybe roll my insight with something to try to figure out how to spin this?
Well, here is we're going to play the Thanos Infinity Gauntlet play, is what we call this, where I got to set this to the side. Now, there's multiple options here. Either your journey ends here, right? And the tail ends where it's like, well, great. The Sabat are going to make this where we're going to hunt and we're going to be hunted and they're going to be after us. We're going to die. And it's going to be terrible. And we say as players, we went through the trouble of making the characters and doing the game and doing all this, so our story ends here. Or we're going to try option 2 or 3. Now I have a couple outs, but that's the one that's obvious that's in front of you. That's where the story seems it's going to go. But is that entertaining?
No.
That makes sense. Is that where it should end?
No.
Then how does this get made right, you wonder? Right? You're all some of you are storytellers in your own right. Definitely, I can confirm that. Others want to be storytellers, and you're here. And we're going to pause here in this conversation because the Sabat has every right to kill you. They have every right to kill you twice. The Black Hand, absolutely. If we were to call this hard mode, you're dead. You're dead on leaving here, right? She's here as bait. You took it and showed up, and the Navigator is going to get the claim. They're going to get the collar, right? Maybe even be de-obbed, who knows? And why? All comes down to this. It's one thing to say, yeah, we're loyalists, we're going to do what we want and raise hell, we're nomads, and that's what we do. And they expect that from you, which means they have a means to prepare for you. It's another thing when you say, no, we come and we're going to play this game with you and help cover up breaches and mistakes and handle problems and do a slow infiltration, and you assault a police station. Worse. It's not even been a week. And you get the idea. You can go back and go, oh, whoops, 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 and get to this point. So that's what happens. So in this idea and thought process, what is a potential you think that could write this shit to be like a Hail Mary that would be worth living through, we should say, that they would need you for, they need you to accomplish?
I would say that we could be censored and we could be deniable, maybe do the thing that Miguel accused us of doing anyway, and let our 2 Lasombra play the role of defector in Chicago and just not have it be said that there's 3 more of us hiding out back in their play, making them look better than they are. Because I feel like the Sabat can't trust us in Naperville. But if we succeed in that role, then we've proven our loyalty.
It's interesting. The only problem I have with that, do you think for a moment that you guys are not identified by any authority?
Chicago's definitely figured us out.
I don't know. Probably.
I'm pretty damn certain they figured us. They spotted us.
The thing is, though, to what extent is part of the reason why it's a free roll after the damage we've already done? If as far as she's concerned, if they already have all our faces and all our information anyway, it's just letting somebody else get the kill.
The part I want you to think about, Mike, is that this isn't a matter of killing you before you can do more damage. It's about killing you before you can get captured and they can get info about everybody else. Think of it that way.
I didn't consider that.
You're incredibly vulnerable to that very aspect and outlook. You can't stop making mistakes. But more importantly, the right pressure, the right people, we're going to kill you unless, and faced with forever death versus continued immortality, what path might you take? And can they trust that you're going to hold and keep secret when you can't even follow orders that you agreed to?
Yeah, I mean, I hadn't considered that aspect. That was my bright idea.
For strike 1 or 2, but we got to weigh the whole picture.
Yep. At this point, I would think that we're a Suicide Squad, completely expendable, and it's literally just drive the spearhead directly in, and if anyone's going to chase us, have them chase us, and leave the people who don't need to have a target painted on them in the back. And we'll be that shining bright star that will run around in circles.
Okay, Bernshon, I saw you shaking your head.
Yeah, I just don't see either of those situations really panning out because I'll be honest, DJ. Sabat pack like we've been playing has already been the Suicide Squad, and they can't. Like, it sounds like we're saying, "Hey, don't kill us yet, but we can go do this like infiltration thing." Well, you couldn't. We were already supposed to be on the down low here and start infiltrating. We didn't. So I feel like what our plan is. We're gonna try a second time to do what we said we were already gonna do, and
that's not it. In no way, shape, or form am I saying that we're infiltrators.
Hold on. What I do see working is that mistakes have to be paid for. That is a thing, and to pay for that, it's honestly, I think in what she was saying earlier is it. It's either Tom goes or the pack goes. So what is it? There's a law that states pack before. The interest of the sect before the pack. So does it also follow that the interest of the pack before the individual?
Well, what I'll tell you is with that, even that's being said, what she's telling you when she mentioned that, I'll be honest with you, it was a test. Right? That's exactly what it was. Any self-respecting pack would have been on their feet looking at her with some knife and fork.
Oh, so I failed that test. Okay.
It's her pack to be making that statement.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be that. Because it showed that you have no confidence in your ductus, is what it did. I'm not doing it to be a tricky ST. That's literally what she was looking for. That fire that makes you Sabat, and you don't have it. Right? That's where it is. All it is Thompson broken psychopath, which proves V5. It proves what Dawkins has wrote. It proves what they're all saying. The Sabat are antagonists. Right? That's where they're at. I'm not saying you guys are wrong to want to play them. What I'm saying is that you have to understand that perspective. Without the elders of the Sabat to come along and wipe your bottoms, put fresh powder on, and hand you some diapers to reaffix for the next shitstorm you're going to cause, so it's nice and tidy to put up, you're left on your own too. And what you did was broke the back of what they could be doing here. Right? You know the deal. There are 2 packs here. One acclimating, one you're supposed to help acclimate. The other one is them. They're doing very well. We're building steam here, and we know all that. We won't rehash it. Since that's broken, I'm going to tell you the type that makes sense, and I already had this written out before this game session anyway, because of what had happened. I'm telling you all now that what is going to happen is it's phase 2. And what that means is they're not doing anything with you or for you as Sabat. What they're going to do, getting back to your haven after this meeting, and I'm going to let you know this in advance because we're already past time. That's why I'm doing this, is to prepare you as players. You're going to get back to realize there's no one there. There is nothing of Celeste. There's no coins. There's nothing of the Navigators left here. They simply are gone. And they left you that place and where it is. By the time you try to contact the Widows, they're not going to answer your messages. The Sabat has effectively burned you from where they're at right now. It's what they have to do. Right? She will let you know this before you leave, though. It's done on purpose. What you have said is that you are not going to uphold what you're told, and the Sabat will not risk itself to take care of you because they're supposed to be keeping the home fires burning and building for them to have something to come back to. And your method is not that. You're free to be as you are. But as you are, you don't have that fire. Right? You seem to operate on your own too. You might have a semblance of loyalty. She doesn't see it. And and you can tell that through actions, right? Because a lot of what has happened is you guys are alone when some of these mistakes happen. And then when you were together, it's this bright idea to blitzkrieg through to do something that calmer heads might have prevailed in. It's okay. But it's a path you, the players, have chosen. And that's why I'm in support of it. But I want you to look at it this way. What they're saying is all sides are going to come for you now, just not them. And what they mean is we can bet the Second Inquisition's on you. They're just going to line that up. They're going to, you know this to be true. You guys have an enemy of 5. You are hunted by the Inquisition in Illinois. Done. Like, don't even worry about it. That's there. But add another enemy of 5. The Camarilla is aware of what you look like and who you are. You're in their backyard doing what you did and put it on the map. The advantage to the Sabbat, they're not aware of the Sabbat being here. They're aware of a Sabbat pack being out here. Do you get how that works for them?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
They leave you hanging out to dry. You're the obvious threat that's there, that as long as you can keep swimming, you're drawing all the attention.
Yep. That's exactly what I was saying. Honeypot.
Can you
5
get out of this?
unorganized psychopaths.
And whether or not you choose to keep being a psychopath is up to you, but I'm going to tell you, I hope you like day raids. I hope you like some rock'em sock'em at night. I mean, catch your breath. If you don't like the ag you got now, imagine healing on the run. And it's only going to get worse. So what we're going to do here, you guys have downtime where you're going to need to submit what you do from this point forward. I feel an out-of-game approach is better because in-game approach, you may be role-playing out of circles and getting out of hand. And I feel it's hand-waveable. It's not enough to complain about. This isn't inevitable, right? Because for them, killing you doesn't make any sense to them. You're their Sabbat. You're supposed to be able to do as you do, but you have chosen your path. They cannot follow you down it, and it's something that, well, you're going to have to do. Why they chose her to deliver it, very specific to the nature of her, but it is what it is. So what you guys are submitting is come up with a plan of how, and I know it sounds funny, you guys in a plan, well, it's kind of humorous to me to even say it, but maybe pump the brakes, realize what you got to do, that if this isn't a sobering moment, then all right, at least put that down. We're not changing a damn thing. And now we're going to move to this part of Naperville and see what happens, or whatever you're going to do. But my advice, move to the city. Figure it out. You're either going to be the hand that breaks the back of Chicago on its own, and I guess you can charge whatever building you want and see how you do, or you're going to try to find some semblance to dip dive, change what you're doing, new tactic, whatever you're going to do, but write it down. And I look forward to seeing what that is, because that's going to determine the next chapter, next leg of this game, as it is for the moment.
Should we do that
you guys
together
have
as a pack?
Yeah,
Oh,
we
should
should.
we do that together as
Yes.
a pack? Yeah. Okay.
Because to make that clear, Benogo, there's no point in killing you. I agree wholeheartedly. And one, sure, on a very boring end to a game, the Sabbat descend on you and rip you apart for being Sabbat. That doesn't make sense, right? That's not what it is. There was a type of Sabbat you said you were, and you revealed, well, someone lied in your app. Is what happened. Application received. It's not what we had. So because that's the case, all right, you can do some damage. Do some damage in someone else's backyard, not ours.
Yep.
So you're going to have to go and do that. The question is where are you going to go and do that? And know that you don't have their backing because you're trying to earn back in those good graces.
Mm-hmm.
That's why it's an enemy that you're taking and not like, no, go this way and we forgive you. They're not giving you havens. They're not giving you minions to help guide you through. They're not telling Sabbat packs this is who you are. They're literally cutting you loose because you guys are known, right? At least in this region. That name got out there pretty quick.
What name?
Well, let's just say
apparently our individual names.
let's just say,
I
man,
never got around to that.
well, look at it this way. There was nothing done to clean up what you did at the police station. Absolutely nothing. You guys didn't go back, double back, or even have a plan to do that. So you left enough evidence of what you looked like before and afterward for them to at least know what you look like to get that going. The exception being La Sombra, but here's where that flaw sucks. They can get you on some film of footage, right? When you break it down second by second, you can leave enough of an impression for them to get an appearance of what that person looks like somewhat. Doesn't matter if it comes across like a blur if you got eyewitnesses. And they could tether that together with likeness traits. You see what I'm saying? So they may not know what those two look exactly like, but they got enough of an idea. And Misery Loves Company, and Vinculum keeps you together.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I'm excited. This is gonna be good.
Don't worry, guys. With the excellent leadership of Tom Overstreet, I will get us back into the
Oh,
We're gonna get back in. They're gonna be like, these bastards.
It ends a story that you had here, right? That was a chapter 1, as we called it, and we ended it not on the level I thought. Honestly, I had at one time we'll turn over notes to players and let them see what we had. This was not at all the expected path taken, because where you guys were lined up by your own stories you submitted and what you wanted to experience was a completely different direction.
Yeah.
Nothing survives contact. I don't want you to even be down about it. This is where entertainment led you. That's what you went with. That said, you guys get 5 XP, and it ties off that chapter that's there. It's not the higher it could have been, and we're not going to do noms accordingly, because first place or for first place, right? For best plausible outcome. I know some people are going to hate that. I believe in that, because there is a better way that we could have went through that chapter. For instance, if you went through, set up some strong ways to know of certain things and certain positions in the police department or what have you, and ins to the city and a way to control a neighborhood, or however you worked it out, that potential was in you to do that and to set that up. But because it didn't happen, you became, the enemy number 1. So that's okay. That's still a lot of fun, but let's see where that goes. So with that in mind, we're done for this Phoenix Crusade episode, and I will tune in next time. We're definitely going to go through here, but remember, we're going to be in Chicago where that starts up, and we're going to see what we're going to do when it relates to that. And I want you to think about something. Mike did throw out an idea that is possible. You got the best story to come into a city as. We got 2 Lasombra trying to fit in. I wonder which one of you is going to have to kill the other to prove loyalty to the secta. In the can, that is. Great idea. Do your characters know about that? Probably not. But I can't wait to see what that looks like, and we'll see that then. As we'll talk to everybody next time. Thanks for listening and showing up, and thank you guys for another great session.
Of course.
Thank you for listening to our 25 Years of Vampire the Masquerade podcast. If you liked what you heard, please reach out and let us know on Twitter at 25 Years of VTM, at our email info@25yearsvtm.com, on Facebook at www.facebook.com/25yearsvtm, or on our website www.25yearsvtm.com. If you would like to support us, we can be found at patreon.com/25 Years of Vampire the Masquerade.